Hello, everybody, and welcome to Paddling Pool 316. I'm Sasu. I'm here with my buddy Frostix, and today on this Paddling 316, off the top before we get into these games, I want to take some time to wish our caster here a happy birthday to Jorian.
That's
Any
true.
any of you, honestly, if you watch any English speaking sort of streams here, then you've probably seen Jorian's work with the instant replays and just always taking on a lot of work. I wanted to take some time to wish Jorian a happy birthday.
That's true. Jorian has been such a backbone of the production side of Splatoon tournaments here. It's like Sasu said here, almost like all the streams that have kind of been done by almost a lot of different organizations, whether that be here on Dapple or IPL or Under Pressure. Jorian's behind that stream, and if anything, we should always, like, how do I say this? Give the producers and the streamers some more love as well. So happy birthday to Jorian. I know, like, you've probably been really busy going from, like, land to land, and you're probably just back now, so...
Yeah, absolutely. Jorian does a lot of work not only online, but at a lot of lands, not just in Canada, but also in the US, does a lot of NA work. So I wanted to take some time to wish Jorian a happy birthday. But with that out of the way, we're heading right into it. Tower control, ship shape cargo.
We are seeing Operation Zero and Red Velvet Sea in a best-of-3 set. We're still on group stage. I'm noticing some really interesting picks coming out from the yellow team. I'm noticing that Squiffer. I'm noticing that Ink Brush here. I feel like those will be really interesting on, I think that is Red Velvet Sea.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because, you know, you tend to not have a Squiffer moving along with this heavy edit we have here. Already 15 seconds in, we have that cooler out with an unfortunate down there, and we see this 2v1 with the jumping. But one thing we didn't really get to mention is just how snowbally this map mode can get. So both of these teams are going to have to work really hard to make sure neither team is able to get too much ground before it just becomes unstoppable.
And we're seeing that already with Operation Zero not letting Red Velvet Sea get all the way past the first checkpoint here. They're riding this tower, but now they need to deal with a perhaps defensive nightmare here. They have the Headed, they have that Squiffer that could be a little bit of a shakeup. They have that, they have the T-Tech that can support the Tri-Strikes, and already Operation Zero will be taking the lead, moving past checkpoint 1, and now it's looking like Red Velvet Sea starting to push ever so further back into their spawn.
That is absolutely not what you want to see. You see this bubble up trying to just put on this pressure to push Operation Zero back, and it does work. I would argue as soon as you get to maybe checkpoint 2, you're looking at a bit of a game over there. So Red Velvet Sea definitely doing a great job in putting the stop on that push, but only more to come with those Tri-Strikes coming out. It is now time for Red Velvet Sea to really start this push back up, but they're going to have a hard time seeing as though there are quite a lot of strong weapons that can get a lot of picks on Operation Zero.
And already Red Velvet Sea is 3 members down. It's only Ella left here, and that's the wipeout for Operation Zero. They're still holding this lead, 56 to 78 here. The lead could still be obtainable for Red Velvet Sea, but Operation Zero is just very good at cleaning up the fights, making sure they're not prolonged, making sure that they're at least maintaining the numbers advantage. That Gal will be going down. That T-Tech is starting to move in. But now I think they're spotted by that range blaster. And now Operation Zero is moving past that 56, moving into further mid area into that court. Illusion up top with that Headed here. They're just firing off on Skywolf. Here come the Tri-Strikes from Operation Zero as well to potentially shake off anyone trying to push. I don't think anyone's been trying to jump on tower yet. As I think the Ink Brush are just trying to storm the front. There's already 2 down on Operation Zero. They're slowly starting to clean up the fight here.
Yeah, I think fantastic play from Red Velvet Sea, organizing together to stop that push, because if they were allowed to get to that second checkpoint, it was not looking good for them. So they're able to get enough people down. They have those strikes coming out to help with this push, but ultimately down to 35 is still a pretty solid lead, especially because we're past the halfway point in the match. So you see that Brush going down, trying to get a bit of a scrappy kill, as well as this Squiffer making a really great trick shot there, getting them down. But right now it seems as though Red Velvet Sea having a strong defense, but their offense despite these scrappy weapons, just not as strong. They only have 1:45 left. They're going to have to put some points on the board if they're hoping to take home this W.
The Tri-Strikes, as well as 2 instances of Killer Whale 5.1 are going out. That Headed is almost gone. Here comes the Kraken from Operation Zero here. The Headed's forced to being jumped out. Eric is just skirmishing in the fight. There's already 2 members down of Operation Red Sea. The Squiffer is taking the fight to the front line under the cover of the Big Bubbler, having to jump out of these Tri-Strikes here. They're just weaving in and out of cover. There's already 2 members down on Red Velvet Sea once more, and the Squiffer is being forced to jump out. That's not a lot of pressure that Red Velvet Sea has done to Operation Zero, as they're now sitting on this tower. Operation Zero now has not just the cooler, but also another whale firing off here. They're just holding this tower and this space very effectively. Ella's trying to it's looking like Ella's trying to get a couple of off angles, but 2 members will go down. Twinbee will be able to take out Hydra. This Brush is now the last one standing. They are almost at whale. There's 1 minute left on the clock. They need to stop this tower push now.
Yeah, but that is going to be a tall order. You see all of these specials going out. The Kraken has been popped, really stalking those members, gets the pick that it's been going for, and right now, Operation Zero has made it past that second checkpoint, and they're making their way to goal. It seems as though Red Velvet Sea has been able to maybe stay the damage that Operation Zero has been doing, but with 20 seconds left, it seems as though this may be one of the last pushes they're able to put down on the board. You see this Brush here trying to avoid the whale and not quite shaking it. So with these Tri-Strikes coming out a little bit early and only 2 members up on Red Velvet Sea, I'm afraid that is going to be a GG Strikes. And yet, despite that, the game has not finished. Jump-ins continue, and so with 1 member down on Operation Zero, Red Velvet Sea is still going in this OT.
Yeah, they do have the bubble push provided by the Squiffer, but Operation Zero just fires on all cylinders on that tower, securing Game 1 shipshape for them.
Yeah, that was, like I said, I feel as though when one team is able to break that second checkpoint, that is just pretty much the end of it. So I think they had a bit of an uphill battle there, and at that point, there's just not much you can do when it comes to damage control.
I would definitely say that. I would want to commend Operation Zero's comp here. It is just very, very well-rounded. Oh, there's Swashy's trick shot once more. Never doubt the capabilities of a Squiffer player, but like I was saying earlier, Operation Zero's comp can excel at almost any range here. They're running weapons like T-Tech, like 52, like range, but like the custom range blaster. They're good at not just retaking the tower on an offensive retake, but also holding down the tower rider on a defensive when you're trying to push the tower. So not just sword, but also shield from Operation Zero. There's still 2 more games to go in this set here, but it is now match point.
Yeah, and match point at what I consider to be quite a difficult map mode, as I always bring up whenever we come across Barnacle and Dime zones. Huge place, and not a place you can afford to slip up or get wiped. Multiple fights are going to have to take when you're getting out of your own spawn, of course, to even get back into mid. So both of these teams are really going to have to lock it down, and I'm curious to see if we're going to see some comp changes out of Red Velvet Sea. What do you think, Frostix?
I would definitely say it could be possible. I'm really thinking that that Squiffer does feel like a little bit awkward on a map, on a zones map, but it should still provide a little bit of value, considering it does have that big bubbler that allows Red Velvet Sea to chop up some territory in their favor, and it also, like I said, never doubt the capabilities of a well-trained Squiffer. I will say though, that ink rush on Red Velvet Sea could be really useful, because of course, on such a flat, maybe more open map like Barnacle and Dime, I think a Brush could just run crazy and just keep Operation Zero guessing on where they could be next.
Yeah, I think that this is a really strong map mode for skirmishers in particular. You often see people pick up a wiper here, or any other weapon that can just sort of draw your attention away, that can utilize those flanks and make it a little bit difficult to approach one team's plat. So I think maybe we see a stay on that Brush, but perhaps a change on that Squiffer, especially because there may be a few concerns with paint. Now we're seeing these loadouts, no changes there. But I believe we have a change over to the custom blaster. Am I wrong? Did they have a range blaster before?
That is the custom blaster, yes. That is, yeah. They were running CRB on the tower control match, so now we're seeing Eric switch to the custom blaster. That does have triple splashdown that could easily be used to just recap zone whenever they need to.
Yes, and already record time. We already have that that cooler out and pressure coming out. But both teams popping a lot of specials. You see that whale out. You see the triple ink strikes, and right now Ella trying to kind of keep that space and watch themselves, because once again, neither of these teams can afford to really wipe. So there's going to be a lot of play for living here.
Exactly, but that being said, Red Velvet Sea is 2 down. I think they were managing to get on cooler buff, that way they could get that quick respawn. Now here comes the big bubble provided by Swashy. That is beheaded down, and the Tri-Strikes have flied out from Red Velvet Sea. Zone is now in neutral. Now would be a perfect time to recap the zone, as Operation Zero now gets 42 penalty points on top of their 45 score. Still, making it halfway through their points is very good for their first push.
Absolutely. That's going to put a decent amount of pressure, but one thing is that obviously Red Velvet Sea did not have any sort of penalty to work with, so they're going to get through these points relatively quick, especially with now three members down on Operation Zero. I think we're going to be looking at a change of hands in terms of the lead. You see it there, the lead going to Red Velvet Sea, meaning that now that Operation Zero, I think, had suffered either a delayed wipe or only one member up, they're stuck in their spawn, and it's going to be extremely difficult for them to fight effectively through Red Velvet Sea and get back into mid.
Well, here come the Tri-Strikes from Operation Zero, though. That being said, they need to recap the zone faster. The brush is going down. I don't think anyone is on zone. And now, there's no more time left for Operation Zero to act, as Red Velvet Sea will be taking game number 2. We're going into game number 3, Sasu.
Yeah, and I think that was a 100-0, if I'm not mistaken. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but
that was actually
quite a dominant game back from Red Velvet Sea there. We're looking at these replays, not to mention, I think very wisely, maybe they were poised more, not just to pressure them in, but of course Operation Zero, having that Gal, having that custom blaster, you can see here they're making their way in. Unfortunately, just did not have the paint power to put that zone into neutral, costing them the game and sending them to that game 3 Rainmaker Humpback.
Oh man, if that brush was making moves on zones, I wouldn't want to imagine the moves that they're going to be making on Humpback Rainmaker here. The trenches and just the amount of, well, space that you can run around with a brush is unparalleled. But that being said, though, I would maybe, if you are Red Velvet Sea, I would definitely say that the the tight areas within Humpback Pumptrack Rainmaker would be could be a little bit hard to break through if you're going up against a comp that is very, I guess, firepower focused that Operation Zero has. We saw them use that very effectively on tower control. So I'm wondering, I'm interested to see how they use that comp within Rainmaker. We've seen how that the blaster player on Operation Zero was at least flexible to switch from range just to custom blaster here. I'm wondering if we're going to see the return of the CRB, or if we're going to stick with the custom blaster. Both Kraken as well as triple splashdown do have their uses within Rainmaker, so I feel like we could just see an either or here right now.
I'm inclined to believe one of them has point sensor, no?
Yes, custom blaster has point sensor.
That's tough. I think that Kraken is the better special to have here. Definitely going to assist with the pushes, going to assist with those chokes, especially if Red Velvet Sea continues to have this Squiffer that has this bubble. Having this Kraken in that elbow area, I think will really help with pushing the Rainmaker. But on the other hand, you might want that point sensor to keep track of that brush so they don't just pop out of nowhere and stop you from getting that very critical check. So either way, I think it'll work out for them.
Yeah, somehow. No, I definitely say that. Both teams, I think we've seen them run the Killer Whale 5.1. That's already really good in order to pop the bubble. But we have no more time for analysis. This is for all the marbles and to see who moves forward in group stage. we're seeing that
Oh.
we're seeing that Red Velvet Sea does have the same comp. This time around, Operation Zero is now running Nautilus as well as NZAP and V-Shot. This is a totally new comp that we're seeing from them.
I'm wondering if this is like a map mode specific thing or what that is, but we are going to be seeing that triple splashdown just in a different way. But already Red Velvet Sea has 3 members down, so this is presumably going to be the time for Operation Zero to push. Finally, they pick up that Rainmaker while it's time for Red Velvet Sea to respawn. They have their cooler, so they're ready for this push. Tri-Strikes already coming out to sort of stay that Rainmaker in the bottom right corner. Kind of biding their time to get onto the check, and they have it. Really critical for them to get that check earlier on, because now it's just a question of how many points they can get on the board.
And if anything, though, Red Velvet Sea is looking to clean up the fight. I think that Brush Twin Bee was already trying to deal some damage. The Rainmaker bubble has been popped. They're already going to get the Tri-Strike on the side, the T-Tech on the side of Red Velvet Sea. But like I said earlier, this choke point is going to be really hard to break through, no matter what, no matter who is defending. If anything, Red Velvet Sea is actually managing to hold the defense really well. Operation Zero, though, managing to push their Rainmaker to 36 points now. And that's a really strong push, considering that Red Velvet Sea has not gotten any distance on their belts. But let's see if that changes.
Yeah, it is now Red Velvet Sea's time to push. You have that very watchful Squiffer watching that window section, making it very difficult for them to get these off angles to stop this push. But right now, Rainmaker still kind of in mid in that bottom right corner, trying to move forward here. But there's just several people active. You see that that Zuka going down, and the triple splashdown, taking out the Rainmaker and 3 members of Red Velvet Sea.
And now mid is mostly in the control of Operation Zero. It's only Ella left on the field here, and they're fighting a 2v1. They will be going down with Tri-Strike, so that's definitely a good bonus for Operation Zero. No more pesky Tri-Strikes to deal with, and here comes Prinz with that Trizuka here. They're having to dodge the Killer Whale. Can they survive? I think they will. Now the Nautilus is going down. That's no splashdown for Operation Zero. Let's see if Red Velvet Sea can break past mid, considering Operation Zero are still managing to hold down the line very effectively. Swashi does have an eye on Hydro there. Here, and here comes the Tri-Strikes once more. Illusion and the rest of Red Velvet Sea are aiming for that checkpoint, but here comes Prinz with the V-Shot here. They're chasing that Illusion. The Rainmaker has gone down here. Red Velvet Sea has only managed to make it to 74. It's still in mid, but if anything, they have the Rainmaker right back up here, but Operation Zero is still looking to hold down that checkpoint.
Yeah, that was a critical pick from Operation Zero. There was a bubble up by the check. They were really well poised to be able to take that check, so really good getting that trade. Right now, we have a Gal sort of putting on that pressure, so the Rainmaker is having to retreat, and unfortunately, with that push, they've made negative progress moving backwards from that check. So now it is time for Operation Zero to kind of put on that pressure. They do get sniped down. 3 members down on Operation Zero. Listen, Red Velvet Sea had an absolutely quick and immediate retaliation. That's going to be a free check for them. And now both teams really going to have to lock down here. Fantastic pick from this Squiffer, really not missing their shots. But if Red Velvet Sea is able to play this properly, which maybe they're not able to do since they have been wiped, they still have the time to be able to push, though. So let's see if they can reorganize and shut this down.
No matter how cracked your Squiffer is with the aim, will it stop the amount of firepower that Operation Zero has? Eric in control of the Rainmaker here. They're going into this divot here. Watch out for that stray bomb. Watch out for that second stray bomb here. You don't want to get picked off by a third stray bomb. The bomb spam is real on the side of Red Velvet Sea here. There's 1 minute left on the clock. Ella is now throwing out the Tri-Strikes to potentially get some more displacement, but the Trizuka is also whittling down the backline of Red Velvet Sea. There's around 40 seconds left on the clock here. The lead is very close here. Ella's gonna go down. Operation Zero still hold the Rainmaker, and now I think they have a very clear path to start pushing forward here, and they're moving it to 25.
Yeah, very interesting choice to just play for points there rather than staying safe. Two members of Operation Zero going down. So we're looking at probably the last push that Red Velvet Sea is going to be able to do for the remainder of the match. So now it's time for them to set up and look at their path to victory. Make sure that they get the appropriate amount of people down. But Swatchy really staying safe there, but with this Trizooka, especially online, it's just not in the cards for them. And the Rainmaker does go down, giving the win to Operation Zero.
I would definitely say I think the play for points on the on Operation Zero's last push basically put Red Velvet Sea in a situation where it was a very impossible hill to climb, and when that hill is very steep, you tend to trip and fall right down in there. But here's that replay. Let's see Swashy get that pick. No, actually, we're switching back to the side of Operation Zero here. Oh wow, what a set here, Sasu.
Yeah, absolutely. We did end up seeing, though not from first person, we saw Swashy get a really strong pick, even though we switched there. But Operation Zero just really, especially with this very interesting comp, I am kind of wondering if this is a map mode specific comp that they run, because they seemed very comfortable. They really played to their specials. They knew exactly what they needed to do. You see Eric here playing for points, despite 30 seconds being left and knowing that they'd be giving the Rainmaker to them. Sometimes you gotta give the other team enough rope to hang themselves, I suppose.
Oh, what an analogy here. I would definitely say that Operation Zero's new comp here definitely feels like a comp that allows them to be a lot more fast on their feet. They're running a frontline cooler in courtesy of that end zap here, and they're also running the shot here, so they're a lot more. I think we saw them be a lot more aggressive than they were on the last two games here, so that switch up definitely could have been the nail in the coffin for Red Velvet Sea, as Operation Zero will be moving on in group stage here. Who will be to go off against, I think that is Devon 5H in winners bracket round 2, but we won't be seeing that. We're probably going to be seeing another block, as we will probably be right back for a little bit. We'll be back after just a short break, so of course, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Paddling Pool 316. And like I said, the break will be short, and we're back with more Paddling Pool 316. Welcome to round 2 of winner's bracket. We're here with Tamaris and Under Construction here.
Yes, we are. And our first look is going, well, if you're just joining us, I'm Sasio. I'm here with Frostix. And we are going to be heading into Tower Mako, I believe, as our first map mode here.
Oh, Tower Control on Mako Mart will be a very interesting opener for this set here. One thing that is always prevalent on Mako Mart, I feel like no matter what the mode is always controlling the high ground here. Whether that be on stacks, whether that be on snipe, you want to at least make sure that you're not just maintaining control of high ground, but of course maintaining pressure on those high ground spots here. Weapons like blasters and buckets do that very effectively here.
Absolutely. If you're going to be on Mako Mart, you're going to want that AoE doubly so because it's tower control. And to echo what you said, as I always say, he who controls the stacks controls the game. So you're going to want to control both of those stacks if possible. And I'm interested to see what we're going to be seeing out of Tamaris. Of course, we have Bake, who you will hear me calling Baketan due to their display name, I believe. Or no, they have an alias to help me out. We have Bake on that leader, as you would think. And anything interesting out of these loadouts that you're seeing?
Well, I'm seeing a C leader with scope on the side of Bake. That's going to be an interesting thing. But I've seen a lot of Mako Mart. Well, I've seen a lot of leaders on Mako Mart recently, and already there's going to be a pick onto Under Construction to open up this game. That's going to be 2 picks on Under Construction for the side of Tamaris, and now Sacrifice is just moving that tower in. They're actually chasing down Nom Nom here, and I think they could potentially get that first checkpoint, and there's that first checkpoint for Tamaris, and now they're already trying to control the stacks here, dueling with Nom Nom, but here comes Nom Nom with the Kraken here. You definitely don't want to mess with that. That commands presence. Here comes Typhlo, though, trying to get some more aggressive picks with that Carbon, but they will be going down. That's 2 picks now for Under Construction. Make that 3, actually.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, we just have, oh, no, that I think is going to be a delayed wipe, that Carbon going down. So now it's time for them to reset and stop this push coming out of Under Construction. But there's just so much chip coming out, especially with these strikes putting a lot of pressure, particularly on the backline. And this Crab, that is just a lot of pressure that Tamaris is having to deal with. 2 of their members going down, almost 3 with that jump out. They're now going to have to organize and make sure that nobody gets on that tower and they can't finish this push.
That's a really excellent retaliatory push coming from Under Construction, already making it past the checkpoint here. We're now within knockout range here. We are deadly close to ending this game unless Tamaris can stop that. And here it comes, Typhlo. We'll be able to take out both Fruk as well as someone else. That is now 3 picks down for Under Construction, and now Tamaris needs to retake mid, reclaim the space that was lost here, make sure that their presence is once again established, because they are basically needing to wipe out Under Construction.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, one thing I really love about Tower Control Mako Mart, you're very often going to see people getting really close to knockout and then just not cutting it because of the AoE that people use. You can tend to clear a tower and stop that push. You saw that sort of Kraken v Kraken play there, culminating in Tamaris being able to take the tower and continue on with their push. Currently, 1 member going down, making that 2, meaning that Under Construction really is able to control this game and get the tower really back in their possession.
Oh, but meanwhile, Tamaris responding with even more firepower, courtesy of Bake with the C leader and Typhlo with that Trizuka here, claiming a wipeout for Tamaris here. They're moving past the first checkpoint. We're moving in to the second checkpoint. Here come the Tri-Strikes. The pencil is going to be going down on the side of Under Construction. 2-3, and Fruk will be able to take out 23 for in that bucket duel, but the tower is going to actually hold at checkpoint 2. It doesn't look like neither Typhlo or Bake wants to jump on tower. Bake will be going down to Eli, and now it's looking like Tamaris is having a little bit of a little bit of a roadblock going into this push of theirs.
Yeah, I think that we were talking at the start of this game about how you're gonna need the high ground. If you notice, Tamaris has a lot of their AOE, which should be helpful here. But seeing as though they're the ones pushing, they're the ones on the low ground, it's making it very difficult for them to take this space up against under construction. You see Bake here out of that Kraken immediately going down, and right now, like we've been seeing in this last maybe minute or so, Tamaris is just having a really hard time controlling controlling a lot of this space. They're really going to need to figure out how they can get their picks from this high ground if they're hoping to get the win.
I mean, Bake immediately opening up that pick game, not just with one, but with two. Can we go for three? Not just yet, but once again, Sea Leader's range is nothing to be underestimated here. Nom Nom, you gotta watch out because that scope is out for you here. Tamaris once again holding the tower. There's gonna be around 1 minute left. Under construction has popped the crab, courtesy of Tommy, but Tommy is gonna go down. Fruk is the only one left on the scene. Bake is trying to at least weave in and out of vantage points. 23 is trying to at least get a pick onto Eli. They will be able to do that. They have the Tri-Strikes ready to go, but so does under construction. Tommy is gonna go down once again. Tommy just can't catch a break here, but they still have the Tri-Strikes here. Now, Baki's gonna go down. There's 3 people left from Tamaris. The Tri-Strikes have come down from both sides. Here come the Trizuka from Typhlo here. There's 20 seconds left on the clock here. The lead is very close. It's only Typhlo left. It's a 1v4. 23 is still on the scene. They're gonna go down to Nom Nom. I don't think there's anyone left close to the tower here. It's only Bake and Sacrifice left with 8 seconds left on the clock here. They're gonna need a miracle to take this game away.
Yeah, absolutely. You see those bursts coming out, sort of those chips. I'm trying to take that, but this is kind of like a GG Kraken here, getting the final wipeout and giving the game to under construction to a 1-0 sort of upset game, seeing as though under construction is our 12th seed up against our 5th seed. But that was a very strong game, and quite frankly, those strikes that went out, kind of GG strikes, even though there were 20 seconds before the game ended.
No, exactly here. We had strikes coming in from both sides as well, and even when Typhlo managed to at least get that last second Trizuka up, it basically cleaned up the rest of Tamaris here, forcing them to be retreating towards the backline. And with only 23 and Typhlo left, they basically managed to at least outnumber and overwhelm them, and then basically force them to potentially get a push into overtime, which they immediately resolved with that GG Kraken, like you said earlier, managing to just wipe out, or not just wipe out, but managing to at least get that game in their hands.
I gotta say, Typho, though, as you can see on those replays, definitely responsible for a lot of wipes. I think getting a triple, getting several people down with their Zuka, you see Typho kind of staying alive for a while there, and quite frankly, at the end there, you do see those strikes go out, and it's enough time to stall the tower. I really thought that might be a runaway at the end there, but really strong stop from under construction. But we'll see what they can do moving into the next game. Zones Robo Ramen.
Robo Ramen is definitely, I'd say, a darling of the Splat Zones maps here. One thing that I tend to see a lot of teams do within Robo Ramen zones is as soon as they get that control of the zone, they immediately force the pressure onto the enemy team. As soon as they get that zone, they just push forward, making sure that they can almost lock them out of their own spawn.
Yeah, a lot of people, once you get that control, you're gonna want to go into that elbow area, that choke, and do what you can to lock out the other team, because when you have a wall of the team standing in that choke, it can be very difficult. We have Bake switching over to Pencil, perhaps for that sprinkler. Pencil players love to put a sprinkler on that center bowl. And also, it just has a really good chip and a really good range it can play with. But other than that, we also see a switch from that Carbon to the V roller as well for that bubble on zone. So going to be interesting to see what these changes do for Tamaris.
Exactly here. They do get first cap, but Typhoon will be going down with, I think, the pressure of Tame's crab being too much. Sacrifice trying to weave in and out from the mid line to the front line here. The double burst from Tame will be able to take out Sacrifice. It's only Typhoon left, but that big bubbler managing to at least secure them that pick onto Tame here. But the Tri-Strikes have come out from under construction, putting the zone in neutral. But with that paint from Sacrifice and from Bake here, they're managing to retake it without losing any bit of their progress. They're still counting down. No penalty points for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw several of their members go down. So very, very masterful that they were able to keep the zone for so long, despite being at a bit of a disadvantage. We have Typhlo kind of biding their time, no doubt going to Shark and wait to pop out at someone and get a pick. But right now, I think only 8 points out, Tamaris able to get their hands back on that zone. So right now, actually, it's under construction that's having a lot of trouble getting through that choke. And unfortunately for under construction, Typhlo is moving in, and the rest of Tamaris, they're going to try and lock them out and make it very difficult for them to get back into mid.
But if anything, Under Construction is able to retaliate effectively, making sure Typhlo is no longer a problem, and pushing the rest of Tamaris out of their spawn and back towards their ramp here. Sacrifice is being forced to pop the crab. Nom Nom, here comes the Kraken. Baka, you better watch out here. They do deploy the Tactic Cooler, at least securing them a little bit of extra buffs and that respawn net. But now, Tamaris has backed out into their side of the map, and now Under Construction is in possession of the zone. They have 20, well, Tamaris has 29 penalty points here, but immediately, they're going to be able to flip the zone in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I think under construction, 2 of their members were down, making it so that they were in a disadvantaged state. But now Tamaris kind of biding their space, biding their time, getting their specials out, and they do have a bit of a special advantage. You see, I think that crab going out as well before it immediately gets taken care of. So right now, once again, we have Tamaris just really poised to punish and take care of any overextensions from under construction, especially from Bake, who's very intently watching to chip anybody who thinks that they can move forward who isn't in Kraken.
Well, that's true, but now Nom Nom is out of Kraken. They're going to have to force a 2v1. That being said, the rest of Under Construction is forcing their hand onto Bake, and they're being forced to back out. 23 will pop the Tri-Strikes here, and definitely a good time to do so, considering Under Construction was very close to reaching that 20 threshold. That's 20 penalty points on the side of Under Construction, and Sacrifice popping the crab in retaliation here. We've just seen constant fluid crab uptime on the side of both teams here. 23 will be going down to Fruk here, but now Tamaris is almost out of their penalty points. That chip damage from Bake is just still happening, whittling the rest of Under Construction down. The Tri-Strikes are just coming out one after another. Orange and blue. Bake's getting a pick onto Nom Nom. The buckets are bucketing, and the crab is firing here. But now Tamaris is out of their penalty points. The Tri-Strikes are coming out from Tamaris. And once again here, they, Under Construction, just can't get the zone into neutral.
Yeah, I think you see them kind of like throwing everything at this zone. This Kraken just in this elbow, not attacking anyone in particular, though setting up shop to sort of put on that pressure. And finally, they're able to take this back, but not without being met with a crab, putting on a lot of pressure. But it's just not going to be enough except for this one pick going down. Right now, Under Construction almost able to make it through their points, but with 2 of their members going down, they do have a crab online that they can utilize, but there's a healthy penalty for Tamaris, and with 40 seconds left, likely going to bide their time, get their specials, but they don't have too much time. We have Typhlo in this elbow, ready to pressure people, so with 2 members down on both sides, we'll see if Under Construction is able to keep the zone.
But if anything, I think 23 was already on the scene to ensure that Under Construction couldn't get out of their penalty points here. And now there's under 20 seconds left for Under Construction to get this zone back in their hands. But when Tamaris is just very, very well established here on that elbow, they could potentially have a little bit of trouble. But now zone's in neutral, courtesy of the Tri-Strikes from I think Fruk, and then the Kraken is coming out from Under Construction as well. 23 will pop their strikes here. It's now overtime, and now zone has been put into neutral by those Tri-Strikes, allowing Tamaris to take this to game number 3 once again.
Yeah, I think Tamaris very wise with their special economy there. I don't know if you noticed at the end, I believe every single member had their special with the exception maybe of Bake. They had a crab, they had those tri-strikes. I was wondering, oh, are they going to be able to get those the zone back, or is under construction, who has very little penalty, going to be able to make a run all the way into the lead? And I looked up at that UI and I said, there's no way. with
Oh,
with that crab, with all of those specials that they had at the ready, I believe, and a bubble, it just was not likely. So really strong use of their specials there from Tamaris.
so now we're going into the last game of the set once again for all the marbles and to see who wins and who gets sent down into losers bracket. We're going into Scorch Gorge Rainmaker.
Lambs, I
Oh
believe.
wait, why
No,
did I say Rainmaker? Why did I think that was a Rainmaker? What the hell? This is
you know,
this is Scorch Gorge Clams. Whoopsie poopsie.
I feel like sometimes you look at something and your brain says the thing and then your mouth just says something different. And it happens to the best of us. But interestingly enough, about Clam's Scorch in particular, is we have the same sort of not layout, but perhaps structural pressures that you also see in a zone's Robo Ramen. We have those chokes that are very difficult to pass through. And both of these teams are going to have enough aggression to get past that section and get to the other team's basket.
So let's see what both of these teams have to offer. Will we see any more switch
Oh,
ups? And we're seeing, I think Tamaris is sticking with their zones comp, and under construction is once again sticking to the comp that they've been running here. I will say that big bubbler from Typhlo will be very crucial when it comes to keeping prolonged clam pushes alive, Sasu.
yeah, absolutely. Very interested in the lack of changes, particularly on Tamaris. I thought we might be seeing a change back to the leader from Bake, but no, they're sticking, I suppose. And also of note is we're gonna see the Kraken from under construction, right? So you see Typhlo really popping out of nowhere, already making their way to basket. I think their team, unfortunately, not necessarily there yet. They're not able to set up that bubble, so now they're a little bit understaffed, so to speak, and they're going to have to abandon that ball and move back from that Kraken. Ooh.
Yeah, exactly here. They actually will be able to keep the ball alive, though, and now Tamaris will be able to break the barrier here with a second power clam as well here, pushing it to 57 off of their first push here. That's a very strong push if you're Tamaris here. Now it's looking like Sacrifice is just trying to just clean up the rest of mid, ensuring that Tamaris still has a little bit of space, but Tame has something to say about it, and that answer is Crab Tank here. There's already two members going down here on the side of Tamaris. Sacrifice is just trying to hold down the line. They have the Crab on their end. They're firing off onto Eli, perhaps onto Tame as well here. And if anything, Tamaris is also on Soda Buff. Typhlo is trying to get a jump in onto the fight here. We've seen Typhlo do this time and time again, whether they're on V-Roller or on Carbon. Eli's trying to get some more chip damage onto the rest of Tamaris. I think Baki is trying to do the same with their pencil as well here. It's just an all-out brawl to see who can get a lot of clams right now.
Yeah, absolutely. But neither team necessarily having the clam economy to have a power clam as of yet. So both teams just trying to kind of take a space. But we do see two power clams online for under construction. So they are now poised to possibly have a really strong push, but not without one of their members going down. You see they're moving back, but not before they just get got by the roller there, and now it is time for Tamaris to continue on with their push. But I think just the Crabs sort of trying to keep the space, because one thing about this particular map mode is if you, a lot of the times you'll be pushing and go to the basket, but if you wipe, there's enough time for the other team to get up to your own basket and immediately open it. So neither of these teams can afford to wipe just getting those points in. And I think Tamaris has been doing a really good job of keeping this space so that they cannot be retaliated against once they're done with their own push.
I definitely give credit to Bake as well for making sure that space stays there here. Not just doing chip damage, but getting whole picks for themselves. I mean, they were deadly on the C leader. They're still as deadly with a pencil here. And they've just been scoring back after back. And if anything, Bake has just been collecting those clams in mid, making sure that Tamaris just has an endless supply of power clams. Is this the third score already for Tamaris? They've gone to 36 while Under Construction hasn't even gotten a single score once. And they're just firing on all cylinders with tri-strikes, with the crab tank. Bake still got more clams to put in there simply because out of sheer love for the game, man.
Wow, yeah, they are clearly playing for knockout here. Bake coming back with their clams, hoping to close out the game, but it is not going to happen. We'd have 23 up, but taking the space, kind of hoping to grab a clam and maybe toss it in there, but it is just not going to happen. Under Construction really organizing to get back in, taking the greats to try and perhaps do a pincer play, but with Typhlo waiting, lying in wait, that is not going to happen. Two members going down for Under Construction, and right now they have just a minute left, so they're practically going to have to knock out, which is not going to be easy if they're hoping to take the set.
No, definitely so here. Tamaris is not only good at just storming down the front line, but also making sure that their mid line and back line are held really well. But now, Under Construction has their ground set on mid here. The Kraken has come out from Nom Nom once more. That's always been perhaps a spine in Tamaris' back here. Bake's got to watch out, but that Kraken is running out here. Nom Nom is not in the place to be here, but the Tri-Strikes are coming out from Under Construction. The crab is out. There's 3 members down on Tamaris. Under Construction now scoring, breaking the barrier. They need to basically get from 100 to 0 within the next couple seconds. Nom Nom's coming in with another power clam. It's going to 28. Tame has 6 more clams to their name. They're going down. I don't know if there's anyone left on the scene. It's just Eli left. I don't think Eli is very close to the barrier here. And now they are able to at least form a power clam to push this to overtime, Sasu.
Yeah, we are in overtime, but they have a massive mountain they're going to have to overtake. Not to mention, they're going to have to overcome their own panic for making sure that they can fight past this choke and to the basket. 1 member already going down for Under Construction. Make that 2. So right now, honestly, unless they're able to take care of Bake, it's just not going to happen. And that is game and a whole set, rather, for Tamaris.
Exactly. Tamaris will be taking the set in a 1-2 overall set here. Very good showing on Clam Blitz here, basically not allowing Under Construction to play the game, to nearly play the game for just the entire match here.
Yeah, but I will say I have to give some props to Under Construction as well, because I think we were all under the impression that we might just see a really nasty 100 to 0 not push, but essentially game from Tamaris with how dominant they were the entire time. But Under Construction was able to rally together, I think get 3 members of Tamaris down and make a pretty healthy push down to, what, the 30s? So they certainly didn't lie down and take it, and for that, I have to give them props.
They did manage to get from 100 to the 20 threshold, actually, within the span of a couple seconds here. Very good, at least managing good game sense, at least on the side of Under Construction, allowing them to thrive within just a tight corridor that is the Scorch Gorge clam basket here. But considering that it is also a tight corner, it is the perfect spot to just lay the tri-strikes down. Whether or not you're on Tamaris or Under Construction, we saw that a lot from both teams, both used offensively and defensively.
Yeah, so really, really strong game from both of these teams, and that is going to allow Tamaris to move forward in the bracket. And yeah, not our 5th seed is going to be moving forward. So all of you listening, all of you watching, stay tuned because we will have more games for you further in the bracket coming soon. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to Paddling Pool 316. We have your resident NAs on the mic. I'm Sasu. I'm here with Frostix, and we are looking at LeBron and the Lakers and Sal and Berlinois.
Yeah, we had like a little bit of time trying to figure out how to pronounce Berlinois. For a second, we thought it was Berlinois until we realized everyone on the team was French. Apologies if we're getting this wrong, Berlinois, but we're now seeing best of 5 sets moving into the moving into winners bracket round 3 here, going into perhaps the history of these teams. LeBron and the Lakers plus Cell are seed number 3, have gone on a perfect record since they've only played one match so far against Bombardilo Crocodilo. They have not dropped a set. Meanwhile, Berlinois are seed number 6 and also are undefeated. Are also undefeated. They have gotten 2 set wins and have also not dropped a set here. We may have an all-star matchup on our hands as we go into Museum Rainmaker for game number 1.
In all fairness, they are in winners bracket, so I expect that none of these teams have dropped their set yet in bracket at the very least. But you see there in the bottom left, LeBron and the Lakers and Cell, that is their team banner. They have a team page and everything on Sendo, so they're not to be taken lightly. These are very serious players who are clearly used to playing with each other. We see a very interesting comp so far, as you can see, a pencil and a Nautilus. Not very common that you're gonna see 2 weapons with that amount of range there, and we see a pretty standard comp there out of Berlinois, with already one of their members going down as both teams try and jockey for this Rainmaker pop.
That being said, though, LeBron and the Lakers plus Cell have 2 members down already. Here comes Sata Andagi with the Crab Tank perched all the way up top on the spinner here. Here's Zeke trying to skirmish and Mig alongside Tiki Taka, being able to take out the bucket on the side of Berlinois here. The Rainmaker is still situated upon the mid spinner, but Tiki Taka is moving past mid. They have the jump onto Slord here, but I don't think they will be able to get that pick as they now will be outnumbered here. The Rainmaker still has not moved a little bit past mid, but I think Berlinois has this potentially in the bag as now mid is mostly clear from any more Lakers here.
Yeah, and you see with that pencil going down, quite frankly, Berlinois, especially setting up this grab on the spinner, should be really well poised to move forward and get this check. Finally, they're picking up that Rainmaker, getting the pick on the Nautilus and putting out those strikes. They've really handed themselves a bit of a free check, but I think, did they get that check or did they? Yeah, they went down actually. So Berlinois yet to get that check, and now Tiki Taka here trying to set up this space and take it so that LeBron and the Lakers and Cell can make their way to getting the lead and getting that check.
Apuk will be able to grab that first checkpoint for the Lakers as a whole here, and immediately another break courtesy of, I think, from that Nautilus. Sata Andagi will be able to push the Rainmaker to 34. Very strong retaliatory push from the rest of the Lakers.
Yeah, not to mention, Berlinois has yet to get that check. You see KitKat trying to kind of run it by themselves, but their teammates a little bit far back, sort of getting punished as they get in there a little bit late. Tiki Taka getting that pop while Zeke is really skirmishing, really taking this space, making it difficult for Berlinois. 2 of their members going down. Zeke already in this zip and getting that pick before they go down. Now it seems as though Berlinois is like, we've had enough, popping that Kraken to try and get them down, but I'm unsure if they're able to get a few points off of that, LeBron and the Lakers and Cell, but really it's doing what they wanted to do. We're halfway through the match, and 2 members, even though 2 members are down from LeBron and the Lakers and Cell, Berlinois still unable to get that check.
But if anything, Berlinois is starting to respond with a lot more aggression on their end. The bucket was already trying to deal some more damage. Here's Zeke trying to stop the push, but it won't be happening as they are outnumbered here. The tri-strikes are coming out from Berlinois here. KitKat is has their eyes on the checkpoint, but Sata Andagi, as well as I think it's someone else from LeBron and the Lakers, were trying to shoot them down. There is 2 members down on the Lakers. Berlinois now has the checkpoint in their grasp. I think Apuk's the only one left to stop this potential push from Berlinois, but the Rainmaker will be going down. There's 2 members down on Berlinois. Tiki-Taka and Sata Handagi are just trying to at least clean up the rest of the fight here. Slord does have the Kraken. They have 2 picks down on their belt here. They are forced to back out, but they're making it out, I think, alive and barely scathed.
Yeah, wow, they were able to stay alive, and they are still on that plat alive as they're in this 1v1 that they are going to win. So actually now it is Berlinois who does take the lead and is able to inch out those points, only going down to an active Crab from LeBron the Lakers and Cell. Kit Kat, of course, that pencil retreating to maybe give their team some jumps. So now we have just over a minute left, and LeBron and the Lakers and Cell, even though they've had a lot this whole game, now they're on the back foot, and they're going to have to organize and get those points back in this last minute.
And it's only a Pook and Sata Andagi left here. The rest of the Lakers are now jumping in on the scene. Sata Andagi does have the Crab ready to roll here, but I think they're slowly starting to get chipped out by Kit Kat here. There's 2 members down once again on the Lakers here. They need to make this push work. There's about a minute left, and a Pook is still just trying to fire off, but now there's a Crab being popped on the side of Berlinois here. I don't know if the Lakers have a lot of more movement left on their belt, as the Rainmaker will go down with 30 seconds left on the clock now.
Yeah, it seems as though LeBron and the Lakers of Cell have really woken a sleeping giant here, because now it seems as though Berlinois has just so much aggression that they're not able to make their way in necessarily. You see Natmi getting a double there, having a little bit of a styling there, but you know, this is Rainmaker, and Rainmaker is well known for its stalling. We are at 3 seconds, and there's just going to be no way that any of the members of LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell can reach the Rainmaker. That is a win for Berlinois.
That'll be the first win of the set, but this set won't be as quick as the others you've seen so far. It's a best-of-5 set, so the Lakers still have a lot more games down on their belts here, but even still a very solid opening from Berlinois here, managing to take that lead back, forcing, I think, LeBron and the Lakers to sort of scramble to get that lead back in the final minute of the match.
Yeah, but you know, Berlinois is not easy to push into. I think not only did they really lock in at a certain point, but they've got this gal, of course, who has a Kraken. So with that strong special, with their Crab, of course, they have the range and the chip from their pencil. I think they really understood that their comp can check quite a few members of LeBron the Lakers and Cell, and they did just that. Of course, you do have that Nautilus that can be really checked by that gal and that pencil. So really, I'm interested to see if we're going to see changes in comps into this Barnacle and Dime Clams game, or if both of these teams are going to feel as though this is just this is a new what's the word? This is a new map mode, and what we have is going to work.
I think it just depends here, especially considering the Lakers and Cell had a really I guess, strong early game into that Rainmaker. They were pretty much taking fights pretty effectively, controlling the space, allowing at least getting that lead. I think they could still stick with that comp here, but of course, this is now Clams, and specifically because this is a Clams map that has a really, really open area, a really open basket area here, being the enemy's court. It's a really interesting. It's just an interesting battlefield as a whole here, since you're trying to not only win a fight in mid, but also win another fight around court in order to get that basket score. So we'll have to see what LeBron and the Lakers and Cell have in store for game number 2.
Yeah, surprisingly, we're seeing a switch off of that Nautilus, but not so well. Partially surprisingly, what we see it change to a Zimmy, which of course has that bubble, very strong on a map mode like this. Of course, Barnacle and Dime, absolutely huge. So setting up that bubble right under basket, going to be super helpful for your teammates to jump in and just keep that basket open, because the clam economy can be very unforgiving here.
It definitely can be unforgiving, and already I think the Lakers and Cell are scrambling to find their ground here, as both the Zimmy and the V-Shot will be going down. Zeke is outnumbered in this 2v1 and will be going down to Acer, and Berlinois have already built their first power clan, but here comes that second battlefield that I was talking about. Welcome to court here, and if anything, if the Lakers know something, the Lakers and Cell know something about playing in a court here, and they're stalling at Berlinois pretty effectively here. And now, this Gal is trying to get a jump here, but they will be going down in a trade to Sata Andagi. Tiki Taka is trying to at least hold their ground here, but they are outnumbered as well. And I think the Lakers and Cell are just displaced so far away, but they're at least managing to hold the clam out just for a little while. But Berlinois will be able to get this score here, but I think they're controlling the damage very effectively here, not allowing Berlinois to score any bit past 80, so that at least secures them a penalty clam here, and potentially some more space in mid for the Lakers and Cell.
Yeah, you are completely right. The Lakers said the court is our homeland, and they were very quick to put a lot of control there. That could have been disastrous if they weren't able to clear that out. Of course, them receiving a free power clam, not the strong push you're going to want from Berlinois, but already... like we said, they live in the court. Zeke already taking a lot of that space, and LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell really pushing forward to finally get that power clam in. They are down to 80, so if they're able to get any subsequent clams in, which it's not looking like they're going to do, they've pushed back from the plat of Berlinois to sort of fight another day very wisely. They're going to go to 81, not having any subsequent clams, but right now, I think the name of the game is just kind of keeping control of this mid, taking, getting those clams, because so far, Berlinois has been doing a really strong job of keeping the clam economy in their control. So I think that LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell are making sure to get all of those clams before they make this next push.
But right now, Berlinois is just taking the fights to the Lakers and Cell here. They had 3 down already. They have a power clam in their presence, but here they are on LeBron and the Lakers' home court here. They need to play that defense very, very well right now to go up against Berlinois. They have 2 power clams in their wake. If they manage to break through the defense of the Lakers and Cell here, it could be disastrous for the Lakers and Cell here. Here's Not Me with that bucket. They have the tri-strikes ready to roll, but Zeke has the Zipcaster. That could be a really interesting dive to potentially shut down that power clam holder. The Zook is coming out from the Lakers and Cell. The Whale is coming out from Berlinois. I think that was Cooler being popped on the side of the Lakers and Cell as well, so they're dehydrated, ready to rip, ready to fight in mid. But right now, mid is predominantly held in orange by Berlinois here, and the boys and the guys in blue are starting to push back here. There's already 2 down, but meanwhile, on the side of Berlinois, there's a 3 going into the wipeout. And now LeBron and the Lakers are now pushing, driving all the way to the enemy court here to get a potential score and potentially break this tie.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that they live in the court. They're able to get that power clam in and subsequent points, but not without being punished with a wipe out. I think a little bit twice there, but right now Berlinois already at their plat, so they're going to be able to play in their court, popping a really offensive crab and snatching the lead as they do so. 3 members down with LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell, the Zimmy being the only one up. So now it is up to Berlinois to see if they can possibly seal the deal, getting those points, and of course Not Me going down. 2 members going down, making that 3, meaning S-Lord is going to have to keep this space instead of keeping the push essentially going and not allowing LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell to just take this mid and make it tougher on themselves.
But if anything, the Lakers and Cell only have Sata Andagi left on the field with that Zimmy here, and they are severely outnumbered and outgunned as he will be going down. There's around 30 seconds left on the clock for the Lakers and Cell to take this back, but Berlinois is already on their court as well. Zeke is trying to hold down the line here, but they're being pressured out by this bucket here. That power clam is just a looming, ticking time bomb here, and the Whale is coming out on the side of Berlinois as well here. They're just firing off. Sata Andagi's being pushed, going down here. That's another power climb coming in from Berlinois here. Zeke's gonna go down here. There's 10 seconds left on the clock here. And if anything, Berlinois is still scoring. Acer has 6 clams to their name, and they have just enough time to just keep that basket open as the game will come to a close. The Lakers and Cell can't take this back anymore, and Berlinois will be taking game number 2. It's now match point for them.
Yeah, nothing but net for Berlin Noir there, getting those final clams in the basket, really biding their time to make sure that they can close out the game. You see them waving off the haters there in the finale. We'll take a look at these replays, but really a strong showing from LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell in terms of their aggression, but it felt as though Berlin Noir just surgically able to take control of this map. I feel like we're seeing a lot of orange for the entirety of most of this game, but you see that wipeout there from LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell, and just too many times they were going down.
Exactly here. Even when they were trying to be as aggressive as they could be, not only when trying to take over mid, but also trying to at least storm the enemy court here. Berlin Noir managing to at least match their aggression here and keep the ball in their court, if as you put it, and allowing them to take game number 2. It's now match point, like I said earlier, and we're going to ship shape tower. We've seen this before, and we've seen how volatile this can be. Can the Lakers and Cell manage to take this back and go into game 5?
This is not a map mode that I would want on a match point against me. However, like you said, this is very volatile, this map mode. It can be very snowbally, and this can actually be end up being not an easy win for LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell, but this could be the exact sort of volatile map mode that you need in order to get a snowball, to possibly get a 100-0 push, and put the momentum back in your favor. So really, I'm sure that LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell are going to put a lot of their stock into seeing how they can get a knockout, or at the very least, which is almost equivalent to a knockout, that second checkpoint.
Exactly here. You said earlier that second checkpoint secures that basically is game over if you can get that. And we're seeing a return to the Nautilus, but this time it's the vanilla Nautilus. So we're going to see rain on the side of the Lakers and Cell here. That's going to be really interesting to see from Tiki Taka here. We're also seeing a Puck on the bucket as well. I'm not sure if a Puck was on bucket, but we're seeing Zeke on the bucket actually. That's right. And Sata Andagi has immediately popped the crab to start out the game. Natmi and Kit Kat are just running away from the fire, but Acer has a crab of their own to respond against. That being said, Berlin Noir is already 2 members down. 1 member's jumping out. It's just Acer left here. No one's on tower though here, but LeBron and the Lakers are just LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell are just trying to at least hold down the line for their own here. Sata Andagi storming down Kit Kat. Kit Kat's managing to take out Sata Andagi, but the Lakers and Cell are managing to at least get that tower a little more. They're allowing the tower to move a little bit more here, but their members are starting to dwindle down.
Yeah, with not much to show for it, unfortunately, getting only to a 90, and you have Zeke going down there. I think having switched from the Stamper probably for those GG strikes on that V bucket, and then dying in the air right now. There's just a whole lot of pressure coming out from Berlin Noir. You see the whale and I think a crab. They just have a lot of offensive pressure, and it feels as though ever since that Rainmaker game, they just have not turned it off. They've been like smothering LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell a lot, but 2 of their members going down make that 3 means that now it's going to be time for LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell to take space, especially with all the paint that they have access to now, and put a bit of a push on their own, especially with this rain out.
And so the storm starts to roll here. That being said, the Lakers and Cell already have 2 members down. Pook's being forced to back out, but will be going down to the AoE from Natmi's bucket here. It's Tiki Taka. Tiki Taka's going down here. Zeke has a very dangerous jump to, and Zeke's gonna go down as soon as they land here. And now Berlin Noir is once again on tower here. They hold the lead 65 to 79. It is pretty close, but Acer's crab could potentially be the driving factor to push that tower further past the first checkpoint. They have now reached that first checkpoint here and could potentially just move a little bit past it, assuming Berlin Noir can keep adding to this pressure that they're doing to the Lakers and Cell here.
Yeah, I think you have that crab online. Not anymore, with just 1 member up, this Nautilus, Tiki Taka there. But you see Berlin Noir making their way to the coffin, so to speak, this second checkpoint that they're working on, putting out those tri-strikes to try and make their way past this section. Not me uncontested on this checkpoint, making it past this really important point. And now this is Berlin Noir's game to lose as they make their way in. But one member down, able to get one pick before they go down. So now it's LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell's time to push with more than half of our way through this game. But there's been a bit of a nail in their coffin with this second checkpoint already done. So they have a large mountain they're going to have to climb, with Sata Andagi taking this space, really trying to keep it so that they could advance forward. But right now it seems as though they're not making necessarily that much progress, but they do have the V bucket down. So we'll see if they're able to push with this rain and continue their way on to their own second checkpoint.
So now they are on cooler buff here. But that being said, 2 members of the Lakers and Cell will be going down. Make that 3 with Tiki Taka here. It's only Sata Andagi left here. But now Sata Andagi will be going down. Same thing with Zeke here in a delayed wipe from Berlin Noir, immediately retaking both the space and the tower here. There's almost a little under there's going to be around a minute left here for the Lakers and Cell to take back this game here in order to stay alive in winner's bracket here. Berlin Noir still holds very good control of not just the tower, but the space around it here. Not Me is trying to at least play here. And right now, they're in a spot with the Greats here. That's something that Buckets can play a lot in. But you know who else is on Bucket? That's right, that's Zeke here. Zeke is trying to at least storm the bridge here. The strikes are being thrown out by Not Me here. And now more space is being taken on the side of Berlin Noir. Zeke will be going down to S-Lord. S-Lord is going to be going down to Sata Andagi here. The crab is coming out from Acer here. Sata Andagi has nowhere to go here. Ipuk throws down the tactical here in a last hurrah, but now it's only Ipuk left on the Lakers and Cell, and the Lakers and Cell have been wiped out. There's 30 seconds left on the clock. The Lakers and Cell need to take this back in a blitzkrieg play right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You see their members coming back. Unfortunately, or rather, they just have a crab online. Surely they're going to use that to try and take that space and hopefully get someone onto the tower, because we have 8 seconds left. And so far, no one is on the tower. You see Sata Andagi trying to kind of make a break for it while those GG strikes take them out and disallow them from getting on that tower. That is going to be a clean sweep. And I think maybe... is that an upset?
That is a very good question, Sasu.
Let me double check this bracket.
I think it
here.
could be
It is. That's
LeBron and the
an
Lakers in the Cell.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron and the Lakers in Cell were seed 3, going down to Berlin Noir seed 6. An upset indeed.
Yeah, it's not very often that you're going to see a loss from LeBron or Cell for that matter. So definitely an upset here, but we saw it here. Berlin Noir extremely dominant in this last game in particular, which LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell really needed this momentum from this game, but it just seemed as though they're playing a lot of damage control for most of the game. And like we said, once you make it to that second checkpoint, you're looking death in the face essentially. And I think that Berlin Noir really sealed the deal when they were able to get down to 9 in that push.
Exactly. They basically set the terms and conditions of the match, basically saying to the Lakers and Cell that you have to get a knockout, and then proceeded to just play in their court so effectively, not allowing them to get any bit of a score in on their end here. And with that, Berlin Noir will be moving on to winner's bracket semis to go up against Devin 5H here. That's going to be a really interesting pick here, but you won't be seeing that from us. We're going to be casting the other end of the bracket in winner's bracket semis after another brief break, so we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Paddling Pool 316 will be right back. Welcome to Winners Bracket Finals here. If you heard me saying that we were going to be taking a short break, I lied here. But now we're entering Winners Bracket Finals. Oh, when I say Winner Bracket Finals, this is Winners Bracket Semis here. We're seeing a familiar
you are
face.
just lying today, Frost6.
Yeah. Sorry, my nose is very long here. I am Pinocchio.
But what is no lie is that Fruitella is going up against Tamaris here in these semis, starting off with Hagglefish Tower. What are your thoughts about this map mode?
Oh, Haggle Tower is definitely one of the more, I'd say, easygoing maps, considering the amount of flatness that it does have. It allows the frontliners and skirmishers of both teams to just go at it and have the time of their lives flanking and stuff. But this is also tower control. And considering that this is tower control, I think there's one spot on Hagglefish Market that is very essential, and it's basically that first checkpoint area here. That first checkpoint is very, very hectic because there's just a vantage point that the defending team already has, and if anything, once you're past that here, you're going so closer towards the enemy spawn.
It sounds a bit like it's the very opposite of easygoing. It's at least in my opinion, this can be a very snowbally map. Like you say, there's that really hectic spot at the top left when you're heading towards that checkpoint. And once you're able to get past there, I think you have a really good shot at going for that knockout. So especially with the prevalence, listen, even though Zap has gotten better and a lot of people have defaulted to heavy edit, obviously you still see these pencils in play, especially last time we saw Tamaris on the stream. Bake, well known for doing a lot of leader play, was on pencil for most of the set. So with those pencils sitting there on the top right, essentially, it's going to be very difficult for both of these teams to break those checkpoints.
Interesting enough, I'm wondering if Bake will ever return to the E-Leader. We saw them on C-Leader Scope one time on Tower Control Lincomart here. So I'm wondering, considering the amount of open sight lines that Hagglefish Market has, I'm wondering if Bake has a little bit of encouragement to switch back to that C-Leader here.
Honestly, I'm inclined to agree. I think we might see that C-Leader. Like you said, not only did we see it on Tower before, but of course you have that Kraken, and I think things can get really out of control when you have people just running around your court, kind of being on that ramp, and sometimes you just need to clear that space so that you can stop that pressure from coming to you. So I have to imagine we're gonna see Bake maybe on that C-Leader, setting up on the tent to get a clear sightline of whoever's on tower, and popping the Kraken to either defend themselves or clear the tower in tow. But interested to see what we're going to be seeing out of Fruitella, especially knowing that Tamaris has a very well-known leader player on their side and how they're planning on countering that. I feel like we've been seeing a lot of gals, especially for that Kraken. Yeah, so we'll see if we see that out of Fruitella. Bake kind of mirror match, putting Fruitella in the display on that pencil, shockingly. But we're seeing an interesting comp too out of Fruitella. That heavy edit, which has been in use a lot, but also an S-Blast, which has been seeing more use, but I think we've yet to see on stream.
This is S-Blast's debut on this stream so far. Surprisingly, not a lot of S-Blast this time around. Already the crab is being popped out from Fruitella, but now the crab is being popped out from Torture from Tamaris here. And if anything, mid is just being an absolute battleground here, with one crab after another being popped. Already Typhoon is going to be going down. They are on V-Roller, but if anything, Crowny and the rest of Fruitella are just clearing out Tamaris's, like, any attempt that Tamaris has to get this push going. They did not get a lot of distance here. But if anything, this is still anyone's game right now, as Tower does not seem to be wanting to get out of mid.
Yeah, very interesting because I think that Frutella was able to put a lot of really dominant control over Tamaris, but wasn't quite able to capitalize on it. You see that they're stopped here at 79 despite 3 members being down on Tamaris, but they've continued their push. You see Crownie here doing a really good job of pressuring this ramp and making it very difficult for Tamaris to drop, but we are at the proverbial first check, so this is going to be one of the most difficult checks for Frutella to contest, and right now it seems as though they're not able to break through that checkpoint.
Even still, though, Frutella managed to get to 55 off of their first push, going already halfway the distance. That's a very strong start to this game, especially considering not a lot of time has passed here. Now's a good time for Frutella to start regrouping, considering that Tamaris is now on the offensive, but if anything, Camisole is already trying to be a little bit more aggressive for Tamaris here. If anything, I think actually Camisole is on the roller instead of Tideflow this time around.
Yeah, interestingly enough, but they are just as effective. You saw they got that double here. But Frutella, once again, really coming forth with all of that energy. As much as we know, I think that Frutella may be the first seed in the entire tourney right now, so they are not to be trifled with. We see that jump out from Tamaris, but right now it just seems as though Frutella, despite having a really strong hold on Tamaris and making it very difficult for them to stay up, they've been having difficulty pushing this tower. You see 2 of their members going down. However, Crownie's still able to hold this space, and even so, with a wipe on Tamaris, they're still moving forward.
Yeah, they're just matching the amount of aggression, the amount of utility, and the amount of value that Tamaris was showcasing earlier here. And already, Frutella has managed to make it to the second checkpoint. Now they're on the steps, and now the fights are now a lot more close range here. I don't think the Headed could keep up with the amount of mobility that Tamaris has with their comp in general. They have Splash, they have Roller here, and now they have Tower here. Now is the perfect time to start reclaiming space, but Camisole is already going. Well, Camisole had to jump back. Camisole's going down. There's already, I think, around 3 members down on the side of Tamaris here, and Frutella is already taking it right back away, and it's still in Tamaris' side of the map here. They're not allowing the tower to go out of mid, and Andy's just holding down this tower very well. That being said, though, Tamaris is still having a little bit more, at least picks down on their end. They had 2 members down on Frutella, at least. They just need to find a way to break out of mid now that there's going to be around 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, Tamaris has already suffered not just wipes, but delayed wipes, so they are constantly fighting at a disadvantage. You see 2 of their members down and 1 member down on Frutella, but it's just the Edit, who I think may have been able to get their cooler out before they died, so they will be back fast. Of course, those Tri-Strikes coming out from the side of Frutella as they move forward to try and take this top right. You see that 3 members are able to go down. They're just searching for that last S-Blast, who is fighting for their life with 2 members on them, finally going down. But as you can see, Tamaris is doing a lot of damage control, and you can't be fixing the leaks when you need to get points on the board. You see they're only at 91, so they're not going to have much time to have many pushes left in them. You see the Crab taking one of those picks, but if you take a look at the UI, you're seeing a lot of members of Tamaris constantly going down, and they're just not able to usually get more than 2 people down on Frutella, and I think that is making things really difficult for them. Slurp putting out those Tri-Strikes a little bit early, not giving them those GG strikes, but I'm sure with Crownie online, they know that they're going to have exactly, Booyah Bomb, which they are putting out maybe for style points here as they take this game. A lot going on in that game for sure. A very dominant game, I think, for Frutella. I think ultimately a lot of the win here can kind of be given to Frutella because of just how hard they were playing, and a lot of that also I can attribute, I would argue, to Crownie. We see Crownie doing a really good job of living, getting those picks, and really, as you can see here, Frutella just keeping Tamaris down a lot of the time. If you once again look up at the UI, there's 2 members of Frutella down, but still they're able to take this space, as you can see. Go take that top right. And yeah, just despite their members going down, you see that 2 people were having difficulty taking Crownie down. So I think just their ability to live and their really strong fights in just their 1v1s and their 2v1s has really given them the game.
Definitely so. I think they were just managing to just take the fights very effectively, taking control of space, just managing to just not allow, I think, Tamaris to just push the tower out of mid, like I was saying like earlier before I had to unconventionally leave. Sorry about that earlier, by the way, Tasu.
No problemo. You know me, I'm a professional yapper, so I'm able to hold it down, take a bit of time to give Frutella their praises, but we'll see if a lot of that strong play is going to translate into Zone's humpback, because one thing about here, I think Blaster's really strong here, so I think Tamaris is going to have a lot of reorganizing to deal with Crownie on that S Blaster, whatever Blaster they choose to go here, because with it being as hilly as it is, AoE can just be so powerful here.
Well, blasters aren't the only AoE weapons we've been seeing a lot of it, but if anything, we've been seeing a whole lot of V-Slosher this paddling pool, and for good reason. It just has so much utility at its disposal. It can fight, it can paint, it can do all the 9 yards, and here's 23 on that V-Slosher like we've been seeing them earlier. Crownie is still on the S-Blast, but we're now seeing is that Dynamo Roller on the being wielded by Andy on the side of Frutella here. That's going to be their cooler option.
Yeah, very interestingly, they are subbing out their heavy edit for a Dynamo, which is unconventional, but we do see a DC here. We're gonna have to restart. So while they get that scored out, we can have a little bit of a chat about those comps that we saw there. But even though that is an unconventional choice, I can tell you, you can see this instant replay of the DC, just in case you didn't see it, and you do see a member of Frutella out. That might be, based on what I saw last game, that might be Slurp. Not to put the DC on Slurp there, but we will see. But yeah, I think that as somebody who does play heavy edit, I do not. Heavy edit is playable here. I don't particularly like playing heavy edit here. This is a very hilly place, and heavy edit really thrives on its straight line ability to gun things down. I tend to change to Tri-Slosher myself, a different AoE cooler weapon. I'm no good on a Dynamo, so if you've got that Dynamo in your pocket and you need it for your cooler, more power to you, I'd say.
Dynamo, I would say, has some pretty solid painting power at its hand. So long as you can get it onto the front line, it could be very useful for at least covering a good chunk of zone if you're in the mood for a retake here. But we have no more time for analyzing here. We're still seeing what we've been seeing on the side of Tamaris, and we're once again seeing that Dynamo and that S-Blast on the side of Frutella. One thing I noticed from that last game before the DC was that Punchy managed to get that crab really early on and was able to provide a lot of good opening firepower. And there's that crab once again from Punchy. That being said, though, Frutella is already 2 down. The cooler has been put down by Andy here, but Tamaris is able to at least hold down this front area towards the trench very effectively. While Camisole is going down, the rest of Tamaris are still holding the rest of Frutella down. Punchy's going to be going down. That's a jump that is potentially going to be camped by the rest of Frutella. Yeah, I think that will be the case. That being said, Tamaris is now 2 down, but they are still in control of the zone here. They're moving. They are in the 60 threshold here. They're getting ever so closer to getting towards the 50 threshold, and there it is. They're in the 50s now. Torture is going to be moving in. Torture will be going down, though, to Andy's Dynamo Roller, and now Zone's in neutral. There's that painting power that I said that Dynamo had, but it will be canceled down by Camisole here. They're still in control of this zone.
Yeah, I think that they're just in a state where it's very difficult for them with their painting. I think we're seeing a little bit of maybe like desyncing here, but yeah, finally Frutella able to get their hands on this zone and really contest the painting power that Tamaris has in their back pocket. So far, this almost feels like, oh, and then we see the DC there from Slurp, I think, but it's not going to matter because they are past the 40-point checkpoint. But I guess we have maybe a bit of a restart nonetheless. I haven't myself double-checked the rules. The different tourneys, of course, have their rules for DCs and how to carry those out. But those teams will reset, figure out what's going on, and hopefully Slurp can maybe change that. But just in case you missed it, Jorian here with the replay on that DC. You see Torture dying there in zone, and with that jump in from Camisol, ready to fight there in zone, but it's just not going to be enough to fight Slurp's DC. There you see the blank space where Slurp would be, as we're looking down the 3v4. And Crowny with the game ender.
That's true, though. I guess they're still working things out with both of the teams here. One thing is, it is pretty... I'm just like looking what Jordan's been sending over here on the prod end of the thing. They are slurping out... Wait, I say slurping out. They are swapping out Slurpcat, as you see on the screen now. We're not going to be seeing Slurp here. And I think it's going to be a replay once again on Humpback Pump Track. So we're going to be seeing perhaps a different comp on the side of Frutella. That's going to be a really interesting play going into this.
Yeah, and you know that means that they're going to have to readjust Tamaris rather. They're going to have to readjust to the possible new comp. I know that usually when you have a replay, you have to play the same comp, but I guess that's not necessarily the case if you sub a new person in. So that game is going to be forfeited to Tamaris. I believe you cannot replay a particular thing twice. If there's two DCs, that's just kind of the game. They might as well give that up nonetheless. So we will be moving forward to Clams Museum.
Okay, so actually no, we have not seen Clams Museum before. We saw Museum on Rainmaker. But I feel like Rainmaker Clams and Museum Clams kind of play in similar veins here, considering that you need to get past that mid spinner in order to get to the point of interest. This time being the clam basket, but within Museum specifically, there is of course the conveniently placed block that will allow you to basically skip the entire spinner. That could potentially net you in some pretty sneaky scores in if you're on the offense here. But even still, it's just trying. A lot of the game on Museum D'Alfonsino is trying to work around the spinner, both on mid as well as the upper platform.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you there, Frostix. I think that it does entirely play the same. Of course, you're going to have someone holding the objective, trying to push onto plat and essentially into the other team's spawn on this map. So you're going to want something very powerful, usually a crab on that spinner to help with that push, whether someone's holding the Rainmaker or someone's holding the Power Clam, trying to deliver it to basket. So with both times, you're going to see a lot of scrambling, a lot of people just getting picks down in that sort of bowl in mid until people get the appropriate picks and they're able to get onto the enemy plat and make the push they need to get to the goal. So gonna be interesting to see if Bake is going to stay pencil-pilled or if we're going to see that leader, because when it comes to Museum, if you're on leader, you can essentially kill people on their own plat. So
the sight lines as well as the vantage points present on Museum D'Alfonsino are pretty flexible for backlines, especially considering the range and the amount of firepower that a leader can bring. It will be potentially useful. It could be an interesting pick if Bake does switch to the leader here, but have you ever actually like we've seen Bake on the custom E-liter, that is of course the one with beacons as well as it has beacons as well as Kraken Royale. If anything, I'm also wondering if they would switch to something like the vanilla E-liter that has Wavebreaker, that has Ink Mines here. I feel like Wavebreaker could potentially be good in terms of defending against an enemy push, or that could just be me huffing major copium. Who knows?
I think I'm gonna have to call copium here, Frostix. Well, I have seen Bake, if I'm not mistaken, I have seen them on the the V on the V leader. I think that in a place like this, Wavebreaker, of course, I think is the major deterrent for people picking V leader over, of course, having access to that Kraken these days. So I think that in a map mode like this, it may be more advantageous to pick that Kraken so that you can clear under that basket pretty solidly and pretty easily versus the Wavebreaker that can be gunned down, especially against such a strong team. So I'm not going to count it out completely, especially because I think those ink mines could be super useful here. But I think you'll be hard pressed, at least these days, to see someone pick that Wavebreaker over the Kraken.
Understandable, and understandably so here, especially considering the frailty of Wavebreaker in comparison to the sheer damage sponge that is the Kraken. Especially considering that while yes, it has definitely been phased out by subsequent nerfs, Kraken cheese, or at least the presence that the Kraken can bring, is definitely nothing to be underestimated in for a push here. So yeah, of course, C-Leader does have its C-Leader has its reasons for staying in Bake's hands.
Absolutely. If you are just joining us, you just want to see what was going on in winter semis, and you're a little bit confused as to what you're seeing. We're waiting. There was a DC, and we're going to be looking at a sub, I think, on Team Frutella. So we're waiting for that now. We're having a little bit of a party because it is our streamer Jorian's birthday. So be sure to drop a happy birthday in the chat for Jorian, keeping a large chunk of the English-speaking streams on his back, on his shoulders. But till then, we are having a little bit of a chat about Clan Blitz Museum, but I'm going to be a little bit unorthodox and skip a bit ahead to what I think is after that. We'll have Rainmaker, and I'm not sure what map.
There's
we're looking at May. Thank you. See, this is happy birthday, Jorian. Thank you for that.
That's why we
we're looking at Undertow. Any thoughts on what we might see in Undertow? Because there's just because it's 1-1, we are going to be seeing that map mode in play.
If there's one thing I tend to see a lot of in Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway, it is fights at the first checkpoint area. Basically, what I see a lot of teams tend to do is deposit that Rainmaker on the left side first checkpoint here. It's definitely a lot safer option in comparison to going up the deadly uninkable steps in order to get to the right side first checkpoint. So people tend to usually drop off the Rainmaker there. But past that point, the area there is really close quarters here, and I would say that players like, I'd say, Camisole or Typhlo with the V roller here, or depending on if they bring in that carbon roller that Tamars did have for a little bit, I feel like those weapons would thrive a lot within these close quarters environments here. And considering that that area is also just really close, like really tight knit, it is also prone to being just targeted a lot by a lot of large range specials like Tri-Strikes, or I'd say in Frutella's case, Booyah Bomb. We've seen that they are sporting that S-Blast with the Booyah Bomb.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see if we kind of see either just a cleaning up of that whole area where it's like, I'm going to deny you check with this Booyah Bomb, like back up, or also sometimes, especially me in open with my machine, with my forge, I throw the Booyah Bomb on the check, and then of course you have an invulnerable Rainmaker holder. So definitely, especially they was Frutella running. I think they were. Were they running a V Slosh and an S Blast? Is that right?
That is a good question. I'm not sure if it was S Blast. I'm not sure if it was V Slosher or if it was Splashomatic.
We can check now.
Yep, but the sub has been locked in. Slurpcat is no more. Say hello to Big Aaron. And is that V leader? Whoa!
There it is. Copium confirmed. We do see Bake on that V leader. They said, I am not afraid of the Wavebreaker, and clearly because 2 members are already down on Frutella, and you see that members of Tamaris are already on the plat. They have made very quick work of making sure that they can go in there. We have Camisol getting a pick, getting 2 picks, getting a full wipe, meaning that Frutella is going to be hard-pressed to defend their basket now that everyone is in position.
That being said, though, Frutella is looking to at least hold the line ever so strongly, and 23 doesn't look like they can make it past the spinner here, but Bake will be landing a pick onto Andy, onto Big Aaron. That's another wipeout for Tamaris, and now I think that Power Clam has a path to get through here. That's a second Power Clam actually on the side of Tamaris. The barrier's been broken. The second Power Clam is in. Tamaris has pushed the lead to 50.
Yeah, and that's, you know, I feel as though they've corrected a bit of that mistake that they made not having you know, that push down below 60 that first time. But you see Bake, a really oppressive force here on the spinner. Like I said, I think despite Bake picking a lot of pen, you can kill people on their own plat, and they're doing just that. Crab being popped from Frutella, but it seems as though members of Tamaris are able to just ignore it for now. But Tamaris is practically living on this plat. They haven't been able to be sufficiently pushed out yet, and with that double, another Power Clam is going to go in.
And if anything, Camisol still has a little bit of fight left in them, but they will be going down to Punchy. I think it's only Bake left on the scene here. They're being chased down. They will be able to take a pick onto Andy here. I think they're locating Punchy on the other side of mid. The Wavebreaker is down, but Punchy is just searching for Bake. They want this V leader dead here. And Torture, that's a crab being popped on Tamaris' plat here, and Frutella is storming the line. Bake is being forced to relocate here, and 23 is actually on a really good position for a bucket onto this upper ledge here. That being said, though, Frutella is going to be able to get that first break in here. They do have a second Power Clam lying in wait here. That is Punchy, as well as Crowny here on the scene. But 23 trying to storm the line. They are going to go down to a direct from, I think that was Crowny here. Punchy will be able to throw that Power Clam in. Big Aaron scoring 2 here. The lead is close. It's 33 to 30. They are now at 30 each here. I don't think Frutella has any more clams left on the scene, though, but Big Aaron will be able to take the lead back for Frutella.
Big Aaron, the sub, saying, listen, I got this. I will not be a liability, getting them that lead despite Tamaris having such a dominant open, quickly losing their lead there, and now you see that they are fighting back, making their way back onto the plat. But Bake very watchful, noticing that ambush from behind and trying to get them down, but not quite having it happen. But it's not going to matter. Already they've been through their penalty, down to 30. Camisol going down, and I think 23 being shut down. Bake the only one left, and unfortunately not the most fruitful push for Tamaris.
Yeah, they did only get that one Power Climb in. I think Frutella managed to at least maneuver through that spinner on their plat very effectively, using it to their advantage to get rid of anyone left from Tamaris left. And now the firepower is being unleashed onto Tamaris here. It's only Torture and Camisol left here. That Power Climb is fading fast. It's still alive though here, so that's still in play on the side of Tamaris. The Rollers have traded each other out here. 23 is throwing down the Tri-Strikes here. That's another Power Climb being built by Tamaris here. I think they have Punchy in their sights, but the bomb spam managing to whittle down 23 to lower health. And it's once again just a fight to see who can at least get more space and more picks into mid, so that way their push can work a little bit better for them. There's 2 members down on Tamaris. There's about 50 seconds left on the clock here. The score is 30 to 27. Tamaris could potentially get this back so long as they can find their footing.
Yeah, absolutely. But it seems as though the clam economy is really favoring Frutella here. Of course, they have an active crab on the spinner, which is not what you want to see if you're Tamaris. Big Aaron sending out those tri-strikes for them to walk with, taking a lot of space. Big Aaron already on the spinner on Tamaris' side, getting a critical pick and not going down. Camisol really trying to take the space, trying to fend them off from going forward. And of course, they're having to watch a lot of places. You have that flank coming in, and 2 of their members are down. So not only do they have to try and take Frutella down, but they have to try and push as well. Bake really setting up, and unfortunately, it's not going to be enough with a really cheeky end to the game there.
Yeah, exactly here. Frutella managing to take the lead within such a late point in the game basically put Tamaris into panic mode. They were basically trying to not just, it's like you said earlier, they were trying to at least find their footing, maintain the defense on their plat, but also try to at least gather enough clams in order to get another push. Even still, Tamaris had a very strong opening couple of pushes. They basically whittled down the score to 30 here, and that V leader, man, I thought I'd never see it, but here it is. But if anything, I don't know if we're ever gonna see it again.
This may be the nail in the coffin for the V leader. There may have been a few times Bake was thinking, man, I wish I had a Kraken. But like you said, very dominant opening game for Tamaris. I thought that this might have been a game, especially considering Frutella, of course, playing with a sub. So it was not looking great for them, but it seemed as soon as they were able to organize together, they really dominated that game and had Tamaris on the back foot practically the entire time after that.
And so now it is match point in the favor of Frutella here. We're going into that previously analyzed map we were talking about earlier. Welcome to Rainmaker. This time it's actually Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway. We were talking about earlier how at least past that first checkpoint on the left side, the quarters are very close in this instance, and I did say that the members of Tamaris specifically do probably would maybe like to fight a lot, would really have a little bit more time fighting within those close quarters, but they are also, of course, at risk of falling under pressure to the firepower that Frutella has here. But enough yapping from me. I think we have no more time left for analysis as we are slowly getting into the game. Yeah, I think we're getting into the... Are we getting into the game? I don't know.
Who really knows?
Oh no, not.
These days?
I don't think we're getting into the game because I think someone disconnected. Actually.
Oh my gosh! Listen, we're having a bit of a cursed day right now with the DCs. So while they get that squared off, I suppose. Untrue. We do have more time for analysis. And, you know, this is a really precarious point right now for Tamaris because the only win they've gotten was, unfortunately for them, a technical win due to the DCs. So they definitely have to be feeling the pressure right now because they've yet to really hand over fist, dominate Frutella to a win. So this is their time to do it now. I don't know how they necessarily feel about this map mode, especially because this isn't the strongest charger place. I've seen people switch to a Wellstring to an edit, as you do see from Bake. So now with the Dynamo coming out once again, and we were talking about the strikes, we do see the V-Slosh on the side of Frutella along with the S-Blast. So there's a lot of like AoE, there's a lot of defensive and offensive power there, but with 2 members going down on both sides, 3 members going down on Tamaris, usually both teams are going to want to get an early lead in terms of getting those picks, and with all those members down on Tamaris, I think that a push from Frutella is imminent.
Exactly here. Frutella's crab tank just managing to hold down the line very effectively here. Tamaris does not have any specials online. Cancel that. 23 does have the Tri-Strikes coming live here. I don't know if they're getting any value out of it here, but Torture managing to weave out of that fight here, managing to stay alive here, at least long enough to pop their crab here. Andy will be going down here. Frutella still holds the lead even if it is only 97, but Tamaris can easily take that back so long as they can control a little bit more space and as long as they can get Punchy out of their spawn here, which 23 will be able to do.
Yeah, you just see a lot of moxie out of Frutella. Like, I feel like we even noticed before with their S-Blast, who's just staying alive, does not, they say, listen, never stand down, never surrender. They are in places they should not be, and they will go down swinging. You see that they are making their way to this checkpoint, this crab going out, putting a lot of pressure, finally getting the full wipe and denying them the check, which is paramount here because once you get that check on Undertow, you're in a great position because there's just so many points you can get from walking after that. A jump out from Camisole before they go out with the trade. The Rainmaker going to go down and not much progress made, unfortunately, there. But Frutella having the Rainmaker again, they're going to make their second go at that check.
So now they just need to get at least to that first checkpoint, like you were saying earlier here. Tamaris already has 2 members down, but Torture has that crab lying in wait here. It's once again very, very dangerous to potentially enter if you are Frutella, but they're standing strong. That crab is now expired, and Punchy will be able to punch that Rainmaker into that checkpoint here. Now is potentially the time to go, but now Camisole sneaking in, managing to get a pick onto Crownie. There's 2 members down on Frutella here, and Camisole is just flicking down on Frutella here, managing to clean up the fight. There's only the S-Blast left, and I think they're all the way at least back in mid. Baki's going to be throwing down that Tacticooler for the rest of Tamaris here. They need to at least break out of mid because it doesn't look like they've been able to do that all game. Camisole is looking to at least get a head start on that, but they will be going down to Punchy's Crab Tank. They will be putting down the bubble, but the Rainmaker has been lost. Torture's being forced to jump back out of spawn.
Yeah, we are way past the halfway point now, and as you can see, Tamaris barely has any points on the board, but more importantly, has not been able to hit their first checkpoint, putting them really in dire straits. You see several members of Tamaris really jumping Frutella there to get the Rainmaker down, and now with the soda out, they should be able to push, but they just got nicked by those Tri-Strikes, putting them down. You see Punchy really here with a vengeance, getting several members down. They're going for that Rainmaker, or perhaps letting it reset. Nobody's picked it up necessarily yet. Camisole really trying to take this space, bide their time. They're able to get 1 member down, very critical, because those are the members with the AoE stoppers. So finally, Tamaris, with 1 minute left, able to get that check. And honestly, there may be a lead switch coming up, and it does happen just as they barely get them down.
They even still have a sizable, at least, number of players still on the field here. And there's Camisole managing to get a couple of sneaky picks on their end with that V-Roller here. They have the Rainmaker, and they're driving it ever closer to that final checkpoint here with around 30 seconds left on the clock here. Frutella have a very long ways to go if they do manage to get that Rainmaker. That being said, it's very far away. Torture's firing off with the Crab Tank, though, and they are still alive. They still have a lot of players left, though. Punchy is sneaking in from the backline. I think the splashes are doing out. Torture's going to go down, and Punchy is just able to just clean up the rest of Tamaris out of their side of the map here. Frutella have 13 seconds left to basically go from their side of the map to the other side of the map.
Yeah, they have to reach that paramount. It is going to be very difficult to get to the apex of this mountain here. We are in OT, and not only do they have a long ways to go, they are fighting the Rainmaker clock to be able to get there. So now Tamaris is going to be able to really come at it calm and slow down and methodically take down other members. But we do have 1 member going down on Tamaris. Punchy making sure that things are nice and clear before they go forward, especially because there is a V-Roller on the other team. They cannot afford to move forward and randomly die. But Torture with the crab out is going to put a lot of pressure, but they are countering with that. And speaking of the roller, speaking of Tamaris, they are able to get the Rainmaker down. and finally tie up the set.
And so we have entered the tiebreaker. We have reached game number 5 as Tamaris will get that second game on their belts, force the final game of the set to determine who gets to go into winners bracket finals going into this replay. That's not Undertow Spillway. Is that... This looks like Museum. Yeah, I think this is Museum here. Well, we do get to see Camisole going crazy, and Bake on V-Leader once again here. I'm still chugging Copium, I guess, as this replay is showing last game set. But, oh, there it is. Here we go. Now we're seeing Undertow Spillway here, and Torture with the Splash-O-Matic here, managing to at least provide a lot of value here. It's like I said, a lot of specials that can just fire, that can provide a lot of displacement and a lot of, I guess, yeah, a lot of displacement are really good when it comes to just guarding that first checkpoint area. We saw that on the side of both Frutella and Tamaris. They were both running a splash with Crab here. Both Punchy and Torture were just really good at holding down space and just holding down the line, providing picks for their team as well. But it's also, on the side of Tamaris, we had that roller, what's it called? Camisole was just able to just get a lot of picks as well, especially within those close quarters environments that that Undertow Spillway has. And now we enter game number 5. It is tower control on Inkblot Art Academy here. There's a lot of things. Man, that's a lot of things. There's a lot to say about Inkblot Art Academy, Satsu, but we have no more time left to analyze it. We're going into the game.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really a battle of the AoE here. You see that Frutella once again going into this game with tons of AoE, of course, and 2 GG conditions. So if Crownie or Aaron is down, the other one hopefully will be up to go ahead and end that game. But so far we have a bit of a neutral going on here with already a Crab out on the side of Frutella, really taking no prisoners as 2 members of Tamaris go down, and a Punchy already once again on their brigade to really gun people down, getting them already to checkpoint 1. And despite those tri-strikes coming out, they are past checkpoint 1, and Frutella with 2 members down, still on the tower and making their way forward.
Actually, if there's anything that we may have forgotten to notice about Frutella's comp, Andy is back on Dynamo Roller here, so that's going to be really interesting to see here. Punchy's in a precarious situation with this Crab here, but 23 will be going down to Punchy's Crab. They have at least pushed it to 65 within the first minute of this match. It's a pretty good start if you are Frutella here, and they're just holding down the mid-stacks very well, trying to at least put some pressure on it with the amount of AoE that they do have with the Bucket and the S-Blast here. The Booyah Bomb is being charged now by the S-Blast. But now Tamaris is in control of the tower. Camisole is just taking a Booyah Bomb to the face. That's unfortunate here. But Tamaris are still moving in. Crownie's going down to 23 as well. Punchy's going down as well here. And now Tamaris has reached checkpoint 2. The Tri-Strikes are coming out from Frutella, but they are going to get a pick onto Aaron as well as Bake.
Yeah, but with 3 members of Tamaris going down, make that a full wipe. That is going to be the end of their push and their bid. And unfortunately for them, they were unable to secure that lead. And now we have Crownie sort of looking around, ever searching for that roller, I'm sure, while Tamaris is really fighting. One of them going down, but so far, tower going back into mid. Of course, 3 members down on the side of Frutella. So Tamaris is doing a really good job of controlling the space and controlling mid so far. And we'll see if they're able to break through this 81 into the 60s. But with 3 of their members down and a delayed wipe, it looks like it's just not going to happen. Frutella is putting an absurd amount of pressure on, and it looks like they are playing for keeps as it pertains to this set.
Exactly, the Tri-Strikes have at least come out from 23, but also on the side of Frutella here, the Strikers is coming out left and right. The Booyah Bomb is coming out from Crownie here. Camisole just can't catch a break when it comes to these displacement specials. The Crab is coming out on the side of Tamaris. Bake is just trying to at least cover some more ground with that pencil here. Andy has gone down, as well as I think Aaron as well. Crownie's going down as well. There's around 3 members down on the side of Frutella here. Tamaris needs to take back mid and fast, as we're now entering at least 2 minutes left on the clock here for Tamaris. There's still plenty of time to break past their 81 that was originally set here, make it past checkpoint 1, make it into their plat, but now there's 2 members down. I'm not sure if Tamaris will be able to get a push going with those numbers here, as Frutella will once again take tower back and push it towards Tamaris.
Yeah, I think that a lot of what goes on, I think, really hinges on Camisol and Bake, but they just can't seem to catch a break. Like you said, all these displacement specials are making it very difficult for them to really set up and take the space and the picks that they need, because regardless of what they're doing, they're going to get a tri-strike or perhaps a Booyah Bomb to the face, but you see they're able to take down 2 members of Frutella, so 23 going down to a trade there, but we are at just 1 minute left, and Tamaris can't afford to have this many people going down. They do have 3 people down. That is a delayed wipe on Frutella, so this is going to be Tamaris' time to really give them the kiss of death and take this lead here.
Exactly, now they're moving past checkpoint 2 and they're invading bats very effectively, trying to take the space. Camisol does have the big bulb ready to go here, and there it is, the lead swap with 40 seconds left on the clock. Tamaris is now in the lead. Bake dropping the cooler down here. Can Tamaris stay on this tower even longer? They will! They're able to take on Crownie here. The Bubbler's still alive here. There's 2 members down on Frutella. The Tri-Strikes are coming out from 23 here. It's basically a parade for Tamaris as they've made it to checkpoint number 3 with 20 seconds left on the clock here. If Frutella does take this back here, it's a very steep mountain to climb here. They are basically Sisyphus right now.
Yeah, we are seeing a bit of a replay of what happened in the last game, where you see a really strong, very dominant game for Frutella, but Tamaris really stealing it at the end here with a late lead. Camisol, of course, really going after that tower and going down for it. But these GG strikes are going to seal the deal and give the set to Tamaris. Despite the GG specials on Frutella's side, they were not able to close out that game.
And so, Tamaris will be the winner of this side of Winners Bracket semis, and they're headed to Winners Bracket finals to face off against Berlinois. That's going to be a really interesting sight to see here, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that one, Sasu.
Yeah, and also I don't think this is I don't think this is the end of Frutella. You know, they are our first seed, and of course they were playing with a sub there in Aaron, who did a really strong job of holding their own and really being instrumental in their win on that Inkblot game. So Frutella definitely gonna watch out for them in that losers bracket, but fantastic come from behind win for Tamaris.
That's very, very excellent coming from Tamaris, seed number 5 here. They are still undefeated in terms of their set wins, and they're going up against a team we've seen before, Berlinois here. Interesting to see, will Tamaris break Berlinois' set wins, or will Berlinois still stay undefeated? You'll just have to see that from another 2 set of caches, though, as it's now time for me and Sasu to start to switch out here. But before we do that, we've got some housekeeping to do. Sasu, where can the good people of Twitch chat find you?
The people on the Twitch chat can find me at Sasu in Your Pants. That's all of my social media, like my Blue Sky, Twitter, which of course I don't use anymore, Instagram, Discord, what have you. If you want to find me, you can find me there. SASUIN, the letters UR, Pants. And where can the people find you, Frostix?
Well, you can find me on the site formerly known as, you can find me on Twitter at TK_Frostix, on Blue Sky, like you see on the screen, frostix.bluesky.social. And I guess if you want to support some of the work that I do, you should totally read my web novel Gap Year on Wattpad. I swear it's worth your time, but that's aside from the point. I'm sidetracking. You're hearing from Inkere as well as Pat next from us, as they will be taking over and casting that Winners Bracket final set against Tamaris and Berlinois. So of course, stay tuned. You're hearing from them next.
Ta-ta! And happy birthday, Jorian!
Happy birthday, Jorian!
welcome back to Paddling Pool 316 Giant Birthdays edition. I am Pat here with Inquiry, and we are waiting to watch the winners' finals, which is going to be between Berlinois and Tamaris, two French teams that have both beaten scene number 1 and scene number 2, Inquiry.
Yeah, hello everyone. This is a very, very interesting set. As you said, two French teams with two French commentators. That couldn't be more perfect. So on one side we have Tamaris with Alwo, Tiflo, Baquet, and KXXX. And on the side of Berlinois we have Natmi, Acer, T, Slowed, and KitKat. So I have a feeling where it's like more ancient players on the side of Tamaris with up and coming on the side of Berlinois.
Yeah, I mean, Berlinois has a few players that have been grinding the game and showing that they can match the power that Tamaris has had for a long time now. So I really can't wait to see these two teams face each other. And of course, it's going to be in a best of 5. It will start with Rainmaker on the Undertow Spillway, a map that both of these teams have chosen, Inquiry.
Yeah, we've seen that map previous on the previous set. We know it. It's still very interesting to see because it's very narrow. You have a lot of different paths to choose from, but all of them are pretty easy to cover. So you have to work a bit if you want to go through that.
I really like this map because despite having a very well-known strategy, you know, for here, there's still a way to surprise your opponent because there are so many walls, so many nooks and cranny paths that you can take. There's always a way to surprise. So it's always a good map to watch. Now let's see what these two teams are doing. KitKat bringing the pencil. That's going to give them a bit more range, though. Berlinois have the perks of having the ledge cancelling with Slusher and Roller.
Yeah, very, very interesting composition. You have to... I mean, Tamaris on one side is very classic, like pencil, slasher, and two shooters. Berlinois is, I mean, surprising me from the beginning of the tournament with that trolley. It's very interesting to see. It's not something very usual, but it seems to be working for now.
We inverted colors, by the way. Tamaris is in green, and Berlinois in pink is reaching the checkpoint already, going forward. The big bubbler is going to slow things down a little bit, though KitKat is able to keep the... Oh, wait, I was watching the wrong stream. I'm tired.
So starting off strong on the side of Tamaris here with a small push, but nice defense on the other side. That's already -3. End of the push, and very, very nice defense from that crab.
Yeah, right now. Tamaris able to really hold pretty well. Both teams going back to mid, trying to get back their control. And we'll see how they are able to get a bit more control now.
Oh, and the Roller Massacre taking the kill on KitKat, maybe trying to push up a bit for Alwo. No, the push is going on that left side for Tamaris. They take the lead. Don't take the checkpoint though. The Pencil is here to defend. Acer is going to drop down on that left side. No, just breathing, just pushing people off that plat.
Yeah, and we are still very much tied between these two teams. Nobody was able to really go through the checkpoint, and now we're back to fighting for mid, trying to get a bit more advantage. It looks like Pink is going to take control over mid, re-grab the Rainmaker and try to push forward.
Yeah, still very disputed. Baquet here, top left, taking the kill on Acer, but getting menaced by the Pencil, jumping off to avoid getting picked. Natmi with a nice kill here on the bucket, taking a second one, taking the third. And that's a wipeout by Natmi for Berlinois, opening them the way for left side and for maybe the checkpoint.
Yeah, it looks like... Oh, the checkpoint is not gotten yet! These two teams are still tied now. This report is not gonna be enough, and there's a few more players down. Slord, forced to move away, is going to get a trade, and Tamaris is going to keep it tight, to not let the checkpoint be taken. And Inquiry not losing that checkpoint with 2 minutes left in the game is huge.
Yeah, I mean, 2 minutes left and no checkpoint is very not usual. 62 points is the mark to beat for Tamaris, but for the moment, they're getting stopped again and again by that pencil, by that bucket, and everyone pretty much. Nice try by Acer here on that
Yep.
mid, taking a third kill. That's a -3, and that's another opening by Berlinois. But they have such a small lead, they have to push more.
Yeah, I mean, Berlinois right now doing what they need to do, trying to push, but both teams are really punishing what each team is doing, and neither team really taking enough control. Now it looks like Berlinois are going to move forward. Can they get the checkpoint though? No, not yet! It's
Not the checkpoint yet, and that's still
Yeah.
a defense opportunity for Tamaris. They have to defend at all costs because with less than a minute left, they have to do the work. They have to take the
Yeah.
push and they have to get the lead. Because for the moment, Berlinois, I mean, they technically can just play the clock.
Yeah, there is only 35 seconds left on that clock inquiry right now. Bakke trying to find a way in, but they lost their bucket. They lost everybody. 30 seconds left, and Berlinois is taking control. It's only the splash to the side that's going to be splatted, as well as KitKat is going to take the other checkpoint. I mean, with 15 seconds left, that's a lead you're very happy to keep.
Very happy to keep that lead, and at 36 points left, I mean, the game was very disputed right at the beginning, but for the moment, I mean, Berlinois have a huge lead, and it's already overtime, so Tamaris has no other choice than just go forward, and they are already losing player and almost losing the Rainmaker.
Yeah, it is so rough for Bakke right now. Bakke is forced into a corner. They're struggling to push, but it's 2 down. Well, never mind. Berlinois is going to take game number 1, Inquiry.
Game number 1, what an important one. I mean, it's still, first game is already the most important to get, because it gives you the momentum for the rest of the set. But I mean, both teams made a huge work, and it was disputed from the beginning to the very, very end. So we will see. We will see a lot of fight. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, the fact that teams are struggling just to get past the checkpoint, it's not that hard a checkpoint to get. If teams are struggling that hard to get checkpoint on this map mode, it's because they are constantly fighting. It's because there's constantly someone popping out of nowhere to crush a dream, to stop a push, and yeah, that's going to be game number 1 in favor of the Berlinois.
Game number 1, and so we're going to game number 2. That's going to be another map we've seen previously. It's Klamblitz on the Ingblut Art Academy. I love that map. It's open, but you have some blocks to sneak around. A lot of ways to push. You can go full left onto the rail. You can go, I mean, mid left to go on that on the switch. You can go full right also, because there's a ramp on the right side in Klamblitz. So a lot of paths to choose from, a lot of action, and it's also a map that benefits pretty much every class of weapon. Like you can play range, you're gonna do amazing here, but a weapon that can poke at ledges is also very, very strong.
Yeah, that's the power of these kind of maps, and especially on Klamblitz, it's really going to test the coordination of the whole team, because not a single weapon is going to particularly shine on this map. You're going to have a little bit to do for everybody, as long as these things are done in coordination between each other. A team will be able to push. Now, again, we're on Klamblitz, and we've seen these two teams. There'll always be someone jumping out of nowhere and splatting the person carrying the Super Clam. We can expect from game 1, so that's always a possibility. But it's also kind of a smaller map that Undertow Spillway, which means we'll have faster respawn and more fights.
Yeah, defense comes back really, really quickly on that map, because the basket is very close to the jump spot, to the spawn point.
Mhm.
So people are here very, very quickly, as I said, but at the same time, it can be pretty easy to hold people off because they have a big drop to do if they want to go to that basket. I mean, it's not far, but it's a big drop.
Yeah. Yeah, there's very much committal spots to go through in this map, whether you're attacking or defending. Now, let's see how these two teams handle it with pretty much bringing the same comps, I believe. And we're going to see how they do going into this next game. Oh no, Bake is was on the heavy edit, I think, and is now on the pencil.
Yeah, I mean, pretty understandable choice. Pencil very strong on that one. You have the range, you have the turf, you have everything you need, and Headit can struggle a bit against another Pencil, so understandable. And for the moment, starting off very strong for both teams. Kills are going on each side. There's a nice grab, taking the pick on KitKat, and just strong opening by Tamaris, but they don't have a clear path yet.
Yeah,
one player's fast.
2 players down right now as Tamaris is taking control.
Berlinois on that mid, trying to take control of it. The crab is here from Acer, trying to take the kill, maybe on 23. 23 is sharking with that bucket, ready to jump. Not taking any kill for the moment, but getting punished right after that. And that's first power clam for KitKat. Berlinois is pushing, and that's a few points in the basket, but not much because Tamaris are already back into fight, back into defense, and pushing Berlinois out of there.
KitKat still staying a little there, maintaining some aggro long enough for the rest of the team to come back, and that's an extension of the basket. 51 is nothing to scoff at. Berlinois getting a crazy double push right there before the basket closed.
Very impressive push. That's already half of the work done for Berlinois. Now they are already back to mid in full control. Tamaris are just in their spawn. I mean, we have Massacre here on that mid with the roll, taking 1 kill but getting punished right after. Bake with the kill on Acer, maybe another one on KitKat. That's already -2, -3 for Berlinois, and Tamaris have an opportunity to fight back, but they don't have. Yeah, they do have a power clam now.
Yeah, there's a lot of clams on the side of Tamaris. Now, can they get under that basket? That's the big question right now. Here comes the crab tank to create some pace to force Berlinois to move a little bit, and with the big bubbler right next to the Platz. I mean, Tamaris are still holding strong mid. Can they get inside? 23 going in with the slusher, but getting punished with 7 clams. That's going to slow them down as Berlinois is taking back control. It's only the splash left standing for Tamaris.
Very strong defense by Berlinois, really dominant for the moment. They haven't let everyone go through that defense for the moment. They keep the mid strong, and even when they lose it, it's not that big of a deal, and they are able to fight back. For the moment, Berlinois are going back to the offense. They have control of the mid. The crab is there to slow them down, but they are just keeping their ground and keeping control of what's happening. They have no reason to rush.
They have no reason to rush, but they're using a lot of specials to trying to get in. They're going to reopen the basket, but it looks like there's nobody to follow up onto that push. Tamaris is getting back a lot of control, and with that bubbler, they'll get under the basket already.
Under the basket, ready to push back and missing the power clam! Launching it a bit too early to avoid getting killed by KitKat, but that's a missed opportunity for Tamaris.
Tamaris a bit too hasty right there. Berlinois having a crazy defense in the last second. Now entering the last minute. That's already 2 down again onto Berlinois. Tamaris are creating the opportunities. Now they need to turn these opportunities into point. They haven't opened the basket yet, and we're in the last minute.
Last minute, and it's... I mean, everything has to be done for Tamaris. They have no push for the moment, and Berlinois have a strong lead from the beginning. So huge workload here for Tamaris. They have the special, they have that crab going on, but there's not much to it.
Yeah. And Berlinois are still in the lead, in control, as Tamaris is trying to get forward and pushing more and more. They are next to that basket now. Can they open it? It looks like they will.
Okay.
And they have a lot of clams in green.
They have a lot of climb, but is that enough? No, they lose
Oh.
3 players in the last one
Oh.
standing in the pencil, jumping off. That's going to be game 2. I mean, it's not
That's
sure for
not
them
over.
because they already. Oh yeah, they have the.
They
They have the
have
PD
the
clam.
PD
They have the
clam.
PD clam, so it's not game 2
It is
yet.
not over. It is not over. You called it a bit early, but oh, Sloan is getting behind
Thanks.
everybody. That's a super jump, and that's the game. Now it's over.
Now it's over. We broke their barrier, and it's game 2 for Berlinois with a very strong shot at going to grand final.
Yeah, Berlinois right now up 2-0. Very, very nice showing. And I mean, I felt like the fights in that game were pretty even, but Berlinois were transforming their advantage, their position, and their paint into points. Whereas Tamaris was missing that one extra thing, which is putting the clams in the basket after doing all that effort.
Sad to see that, but I mean, we have to give a shout to Berlinois because they were so strong during that game.
Oh,
they,
yeah.
they had one
Oh, yeah.
push. They had one push and kept it under control, kept the game under the control for the whole time. So yeah, very strong from the beginning, and let's see how that goes into game 3 because that's going to be Flat Zone Mako Mart. I mean, it's pretty similar because it's still a map which is open but ways to flank, ways to surprise
Yeah.
the opponent, and where the ledges are like probably the most important thing to control.
Yeah, very much a very, very close map. We're going on the all display shows the Mahi
Oh.
result, but I think we're supposed to go to Mako Mart, as
Yeah,
you said.
Sendu says Mako Mart.
Yeah.
So we can assure, yeah, we
Yeah,
are going
next.
to Mako Mart. That's it. Game 3 is already going, and as you can see, it is match point.
Yeah, it's match point, and it's a good map to have for Tamaris right now, given the fact that they have the Slosher roller combo, but they have a very, very good comp for Mako Mart, as long as like they can maintain themselves on the map right now. They just lost 2 players, it's 2 vs 2, but Berlinois are able to simply push as they are fighting, and it's paying off in Korea.
Yeah, it's paying off since Tamaris players are just jumping one by one and getting punished for that. Ace, oh, that's already a flank on that right side. One crab here on the right for Tamaris. Berlinois are just holding the ground for the moment. Never mind, Zone is flipping quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, that was a cap by Tamaris, able to apply some penalty, but they paid the price for it right now. They just lost a few players, and Acer activating Crab Tank, forcing everybody from Tamaris to wait to the side, and that's still a maintain 2 players down onto Tamaris, Inkray.
Yeah, very big lead for the moment, very big control. Natmi taking a punish by the splasho, but I mean it's already 2 down because of that flank by a pencil. Because why not? But that's an amazing play by the splasho, getting 2 kills. But opening the way for that Crawler to make an opening. No, never mind. It's still fading right before that zone, but no. I mean, I can't stop getting cast cursed.
They cap the zone again. Both teams are still fighting very hard for that zone, for that control, as Berlinois is going back in. But yeah, as you said, like these 2 teams are going so fast, trading blows left and right, and they're not stopping. Tamara is back in control. Back, he's forced to look to the side right there. Because there's 2 players flanking, but really we see Tamara is being able to take some control. And this time it's Berlinois forced to move back and wait a little bit, let Tamaris get some points.
I've rarely seen such a back and forth game for the moment. It's going for Tamaris. They have that zone.
Yeah.
Not the lead yet, but I mean they are making a huge work at keeping that plat secured.
Ooh.
Again, a kill by 23 on Natmi, 50 points left, and that's, I mean, half of the work done, and they only have a few points left to the lead. That's a very strong position for
Yep.
Tamari. They have to get it right.
Yeah, well, they're going to get the lead right now. Berlinois doesn't have much time left. Here comes the strikes to capture the zone. That's going to be enough. Berlinois able to apply penalty, able to buy some time, but Tamaris is still around, getting splat after splat, acing, kind of alone with a crab tank. Is forced. Okay, he's able to be supported by the rest of the team, but Tamaris still has a lot of control. I'm cursing them too, so it's fine. It's not just you.
I mean, the game is going so fast, as you said.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just flipping zone again and again. For the moment, it's controlled by Tamaris, but Acer was ready on that right side. Slowed is coming back though, taking control of the zone for the moment. Yep, Slasher can't do a lot of things right now. Massacre on that left side with that roller. The bubbler is out. Can it cap the zone? Not for the moment.
Yeah, we're still very much tied. I mean, in terms of control for the zone, it looks like Berlinois are going to take back the zone. Now, can they take control of the map? That splat is good, but they lost 2 players. Acer activating another crab tank help with the strikes will force the Tamaris to move a little bit back, but we still have a lot happening right there.
Still have a lot happening, and I mean, it's 1 minute is still left. There is again a lot of Splatoon to be played. For the moment, we have Natmi on that left side with the bucket ready to poke at people. The Krabbies are taking the splat slowed. I mean, that's a huge splat. Massacre going forward but getting punished by Esther with that crab. That's not a good place to be if you're Splash-O-Matic trying to come back on mid. But for the moment, that's control for Berlinois. But I mean, control of the zone, but not control of the map.
Not yet, but there's more and more momentum going for Berlinois. They have no penalty left, and they're still in control of that zone now. Oh, it's neutral just in the nick of time. That next crab tank is going to decide everything with the strikes. Can Tamaris stop it? We're so close right there, and Tamaris, everybody's painting. Oh.
Ooh. That was close at the end. We saw Slod holding the zone for their team, like just alone. But yeah, it wasn't enough. Tamaris with that game 3, offering themselves just one breath, and they have to go back to game now because they're still losing that set.
Yeah. I mean, they took the lead and then they played the clock. They not only played the clock, they hung on to that clock as hard as they could, clawing their victory in the last second by just a few points. I mean, we have 2 teams that are pretty much even with each other right now. But the big question now is, can Tamaris get another game? This time, I believe the next game is going to be on a map that was chosen by Berlinois. Oh yeah,
Hagglefish Market, Tower Control was picked by both teams.
Oh yeah, both teams chose it. Okay, so we'll see how it's going to go. Very much the kind of classic Tower Control map where again any kind of team can work very well in Korea.
Yeah, I mean, these are, the 3 middle maps are maps that really can work for everyone, as you said. But the one at the beginning and the one at the end are very specials because you have an Autospeed on one side and Humpback Pump Truck on the other. But yeah, focusing on Hagglefish Market, it's just one big mid with pretty obvious flanks. So of course you're not going to get flanked easily. But if you don't pay attention to it, it can be pretty rough for you because you can get. I mean, the defense can get overloaded very, very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot that can be done, a lot that can happen. I mean, again, it's the kind of map where these teams have played this map mode a lot. And they know each other. They're from the French scene. I know these players have played each other so many different times, probably on this map. So expect like a well-oiled machine, two well-oiled machine going at each other.
Yeah, especially given the fact that the comps are, I mean, they are kind of similar. Even if they have some small differences, like the role, of course, is a big deal on the side of one team. But it's comp we know. You definitely know how to fight the opponent's composition. In addition to know the way of playing of the opponent themselves. So it's just a battle about who has the better team play and who has the best, like who can adapt the best.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, team play and adaptation are the two most important things at that level for sure. Now let's see how these two teams are able to do it. Reminder to everyone, if Berlinois wins this game, they go to grand finals. Tamaris is fighting to keep this set going, and let's see how these two teams will do here. Slord is switching up the Garo in favor of the 96 this time.
Ooh, 96, that's a pretty interesting one, but I mean, Kraken is just so good on that map, because those sides and the ramp to the plat are just the side of Kraken, so if you get trapped there, you have no chance of surviving.
It is so easy to get trapped by a Kraken here, and it doesn't seem to matter yet. Tamaris are fighting to go forward, but Natmi is making them pay dearly for it. Berlinois is counter-pushing right now. It's going to be their turn to get on the tower and get forward.
Yeah, get to a tower, get forward, and get some picks that they need. The lead is going to be lost by Berlinois, by Tamaris, sorry, and Berlinois are pushing very, very strong. The Kraken, we've seen the Crab taking two great picks for the moment, and there's nobody to defend on that right side. So it was a free checkpoint. The second checkpoint is going to be almost an easy ride for KitKat, but now the tower is finally stopped. But what a push! That's like 3/4 of the work done here.
Yeah, I mean, we are that's such a big opening push by Berlinois right there. Tamaris need to answer that, need to go as strong, and with a crab tank of their own and Bake on the tower, they're going to push in and get to that first checkpoint. And that big bubbler will allow them to go in now. Can Slord get near the tower in time? I don't think so. It looks like it's going to be first checkpoint for Tamaris.
Yeah, first checkpoint for Tamaris. That's a 2v2. 2v2, Natmi doing some work, Acer doing some work here, but I mean, the tower is still going for Tamaris. They have such a strong position, such a strong push for the moment. No, they're getting stopped by KitKat. KitKat with that pencil on the top. Making the tower lose some time. Players are going back to mid on the side of Tamaris. The last player standing is Bake, even though their teammates are trying to get that tower back. But it's no use. It's no use for the moment.
Yeah, Berlinois taking the control over the map. The bucket is the last squid standing for Tamaris, trying to farm for a few strikes, trying to delay the next push by Berlinois, knowing that the whole team is coming now. Berlinois are not activating that crab tank, but they already lost a few players. That's going to be the end of that push. Already very quick defense by Tamaris.
Very quick push, but for the moment, they need to hold. They need to hold the mid, and they need to go back. Oh, that's a strong -3. Strong opening. KitKat is the last squid standing. Crab is ready. Crab is going to get launched here. No kill for the moment, but that paves the way for the roller to go in, take the kill on Acer. Natmi manages to punish them, but 23 is there on Natmi to take some kill on that right side. Can they do it? Yep, they do, and that's a huge kill, but still...
Oh, I mean, with the end of that Kraken Kraken is back on, but they lost too many players. The ruler is the last for Tamaris. That's going to be the end of that push as the tower slowly moves back, and the super jumps are getting punished by Berlinois. Berlinois with a bit over a minute left to keep their lead. But, I mean, they lost one checkpoint. It is not over. Tamaris still has shown that they can get the pushes.
Yeah, they can still get the pushes for the moment. Slowed on that left side, trying to manage to take a pick or two. For the moment, I mean, look at Tamaris. They're all restricted into mid back. They are trying to push, but I mean, they are completely circled by Berlinois. Berlinois are everywhere for the moment.
I mean, Berlinois know that all they need to do is get a few extra splats to delay the next push. 30 seconds left in the game, and Berlinois have the strikes and the Kraken ready. They're simply waiting for Tamaris to make a mistake, and Tamaris, they know they need to push in. They're back on that tower.
They definitely need to push back, but with 20 seconds left, that's not going to be an easy task. People are going forward. 23 has those strikes ready. Yet strikes are getting launched into the end, not taking any kill, but pushing people a bit further back. We have nice kill by the Splasher, but the Kraken is there. That's GG strike plus GG's Kraken. Can they get up? Yep, they can, and it's going to be game 3 and the set and grand final for Berlinois.
Yes, very nice game by Berlinois. They are qualified for the grand finals. It is not the end of Tamaris, though. We'll see them on the lower bracket very, very soon. But first, we have to watch lower semis, which is waiting for us in Chris. So I guess we're going to take a very, very short break as we get in their lobby.
Yep, see ya. And welcome back to paddling pool number 316. We are back into losers bracket this time, so back to BO3. I am Incurie and I am joined today by Pat J.
Yes, I am here with you, and we're going to watch two teams that we did not expect to see here in Korea. Our seed number 1, Frutella, going against our seed number 2, Devin 5H. I mean, these were supposed to be the top 2 teams of the tournament. They got knocked down a peg, And now they are facing elimination. One of these teams will not survive this best of 3.
I mean, that's not usual, yeah, as you said, to see one of these teams out in top 4. But I mean, it's sure going to be a very, very intense match because it's BO3. So if you make one mistake, you can't do another one.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, you're out of mistake to make. You have to play the maps in front of you. And right now, there's only 3 maps left for one of these teams. Now, Frutella is that team that was legendary and that is coming back, that we've seen more and more come back into tournament. Glad to see them. Devin 5H, pickup of top players, top European players. That's very much 4 players to really watch and look out for. So get ready for great action between these 2 teams.
Yep, as we are going to Clan Blitz on Crab Lake Capital. Of course, we can already guess who picked that map. It's definitely Devin 5H because they have Devin 4K, amazing little player on their side. But Frutella with interesting comp because they have no charger, no long range weapon on a map such as Crab Leg.
Frutella, they like to go in, they like to fight. They're going to rely a lot on their 52 guys' ability to put their wall in a strong spot and on their crab tank to activate right there, but the crab is going to get sniped.
Yeah, nice charger shot here by Devin, and that's going to open. Oh, never mind, not pave the way for their team. They're going 2 down, and that's going to be a reverse push maybe for Frutella. They have the opportunities to go forward. They have the crab, they have the cooler going. Punchy with that crab on the grid, but for the moment it's not enough because it's getting punished.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen both teams really looking at each other, but it's -2 on to Devin right now as Frutella are getting more and more ground. And look at that Splashball in a great position to maintain pressure as Devin's team is in trouble right there.
In trouble, they are still, but they are still holding Frutella off of their plat. I mean, they're not in a great position, that's for sure. But for the moment, they are not that endangered by anyone. It's still neutral position for the moment. No team has the advantage for the moment, but the strikes are in for Frutella. Maybe it can be an opportunity. They have 1 power clam, but the Kraken is out by Devin, so it's maybe an opportunity. Jump is there. Oh, that's not a jump from the power clam though.
Here comes the jump. Can they open it? And here, with a huge crab to support, Frutella are able to put a few more clams in that basket, losing enough players. They're forced out. Andy is going to retreat, regroup with the rest of the team. That's the first opening for Frutella right there.
First opening for Frutella, but I mean, it's not that strong of an opening. Like 71 points left. It's 1 power clam and 3 little ones, so it's very easily overtook. They have the opportunity to go forward on the side of Devin 5H. The Tetras are here making some good work, holding their ground on the left side. No getting punished, and that's back to defense for Devin 5H. Frutella are playing amazing for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they're still moving around. No backline, no problem. They maintain so much pressure. Devin 5H are still kept in that spawn. It doesn't matter that they have a super clam at the ready. And even 2 super clams ready. They're not able to move out, but with 2 players down, they will be able to move forward right there. Now, can they get under that basket, Incree?
That's going to be the huge question because, I mean, Frutella are so strong at being at mid and just winning the team fight and going forward. So for now, Devin 5H are in a great position to push, but they're already losing 1 player and they're losing the main Slayer, which is of course a big problem when you want to push.
Yeah, I mean, right now that's pretty rough. It looks like both teams are still fighting for mid. Aaron is not going to get the trade, and with 2 down to Frutella, Devin, he's going to get another opportunity, but oh, that miss right there. Okay, Andy is going to be punished. That's minus 2 players. Mickey is running in, but can the rest of the team follow through? The rest of the team is not following Mickey, and Frutella was able to defend right there thanks to a bit of a lack of coordination on Devin 5H on Devin 5H spot.
Yeah, but they do have another opportunity to go forward with that Kraken. The Clam is going to go in and Silver has the Clams to take that lead. That's going to be it. 65 points left and Mickey is still there to hold the ground. Nice kill on Andy. Maybe a second one. It is a second one.
I mean, that's a last minute lead for Devin 5H now with 10 seconds. Frutella needs to assemble a push, needs to get in. And this is where the range advantage for Devin 5H is going to be so useful. They can slow down a whole half of the map.
Yep, they can. And for the moment, they are still in control. Like, it's overtime. And it's half of overtime for Frutella. They have to push, but they're losing some players.
Yeah.
The head is down. Oh, there's a jump.
Oh,
there's a jump going in. That's
2 Clams.
and that's going to be the lead and the game.
What a comeback.
What a comeback. What an unexpected comeback.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Great play right there by Frutella, getting the lead back in the last few seconds of overtime. Very nice diversion and super jump back in there to really get that lead. Frutella playing off of the super jumps to get under that basket incredibly well on both of their pushes.
Yeah, both of the pushes, amazing way of going forward. I mean, it was definitely strong pushes. I mean, we've seen Devin's push was also a pretty quick one. But Frutella, nice jump, nice surprise on that right side, offering them the game. But we're going to such a different map. I mean, I cannot think of 2 maps that are more the opposite of the other than Crab Leg Capital on Clam Blitz and Humbug Pump Track on Zone.
I mean, Crab Leg, where you're constantly trying to get under that basket, trying to force your way forward through a very wide and flat map. Now we're going to the big hill in the middle, and that's where you want to be. So yeah, as you said, completely different dynamic, completely different game. And these 2 teams are going to need to switch things up, especially Devin 5H, who are now going on their opponent's pick. And they need to win this game if they want to stay in the tournament, Ingrid.
Yeah, I mean, being down 1-0 and having to win on your opponent's pick to survive in the tournament is not a position you want to get in.
Yeah, but
so that's definitely a tough one. But I mean, we know those players. We know they are completely able to fight back, and we see some pretty interesting picks because we have the Dynamo on the side of Frutella.
Yeah, the signature Dynamo from Andy. That's the main reason they choose to have this map on their list, I'm pretty sure. I mean, the rest of Frutella are playing incredibly well. They've practiced this map a lot, and it usually shows. Now, Devin 5H are going in and are going to take first control, Ingrid.
Yeah, taking control first, and it's still in position to fight back. I mean, on the side of Frutella, they have some players in. Andy taking good pick. But yeah, it's hard to come back. Only 52 and Dynamo ready to go on mid. They're going to wait their teammates, but it's giving time for Devin 5H to charge up the specials.
Yep. I mean, that Kraken is going to force people away a little bit. Not enough, though, to prevent Frutella from taking full control of the map. That's a delayed wipe by Frutella, who now have the zone, who now have so much control, and who are already pushing onto Devon Street.
Already pushing. Look at those. I think it's no, it's not a territory. It was yeah, it was 52. Just dancing around and trying to get some picks. That's going to be the lead for Frutella. But Mickey has the Rift Slider in, not taking any pick and getting punished right after what a reaction time.
Yeah, I mean, not able to apply penalty as well right now. Devin 5H are staggering a little bit. They need to capture the zone and they need to do it now. Crab Tank is going to help them, but they need to get that penalty on right now. Frutella keeping control, Inquiry.
Frutella keeping control of the mid, but I mean, control of the map is still very disputed at the moment. They're taking 2 kills. That's a very important one. That's a -3 in delayed.
Oh, and that
last push, last opportunity for Devin.
That's their last chance right now, but Crab Tank needs to paint Silver, doing everything they can to keep the paint on, but the Dynamo is not enough! Devin 5H staying alive in the nick of time. Rift Slider plus Crab Tank saved them right here. Now we're only halfway through the game, and Devin, they need to really get a huge comeback now. They need a KO.
They need a KO, but can they have it? I mean, for the moment, Frutella lost the zone, but they came back pretty much instantly and are already in control of what's happening on mid and on the map. They can hold Devin 5H in their plat, and that's going to do the work because points are still going down. Even though it's a penalty, the penalty is going down. Never mind.
I mean, Devin 5H are able to get back in control of the zone with that Crab Tank to help them. The Kraken is activating. That's going to delay that push by Frutella if they can, but Frutella they have specials of their own, and they are getting in. That's 3 down onto Devin.
3 down onto Devin 5H team, and I mean, penalty is still going down for Frutella, but they really don't need to push. They have the zone because they need to hold their ground, and they can just play the clock for the moment and deny just Devin from going forward and really making a significant push. I mean, the Rift Slider is there to take the zone, but as long as Frutella is not going down significantly, they're still winning the game.
I mean, Devin 5H right now are activating their specials, taking enough control to stay in the game. Now, going into this last minute, they need to do more than that. They need to paint over these strikes, not have penalty applied. But it's a 2v2, and penalty is applied again. Silver kind of forced away from the zone by Frutella, who are taking back control once again.
Taking back control once again. The Crab is going to go out for Silver, maybe taking 1 pick. They have to take the zone, they have to take control of it, but more than taking control of the zone, they need some picks. If they can't take the picks, they won't be able to keep the zone for long enough.
Yeah. I mean, the zone is recapped by Devin at 5H again, but they need to hold control. 2 versus 2 Liam trying to get the jumps, trying to get the splats, completely surrounded. Everybody's jumping at Mickey. Last one alive on the zone. That's going to be Devin buying themselves an overtime, but now they can't make a single mistake, and they need to splat these strikes before they can be thrown at the zone.
The strikes are ready, but look at those Tetras ready to jump with that Rift Slider.
Yeah.
Rift Slider is going out all the time, but the zone is being taken. The zone is being taken by Frutella. Yep.
The Rift Slider wasn't used on the zone, and it didn't get a splat. And that's so hard with this special when it doesn't find its mark. Like, you really lose one special and your position. And right there, Frutella really took control of that game. I mean, as you said, this is their map. This is the Dynamo map, and they just showed us why. They just reminded us why. And now they're going to go on to the lower finals.
Yep, going into losers final. That's such a strong set by Frutella. They barely blinked, and they barely were menaced by Devin, especially on that map. I mean, Very, very strong. Of course, they had the pick. Of course, the map was completely into their advantage because of Bucket and
Yeah.
Dynamo, but still, very strong display.
Yeah, I mean, Devin 5H, incredible team. We hope to see these players come back soon in more tournaments. But yeah, for now, Frutella is going to advance, are going to try to reclaim their spots at the #1 team there. We'll see how they're able to do in the next set. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the losers finals. And welcome back to Paddling Pool 316. I am Pat, still with Inquiry ready, and back to get best of 5 territory. It's going to be a rematch of something we already saw on stream, Inquiry. It's going to be Frutella versus Tamaris again.
Yeah, two very interesting teams that we've seen put up a hell of a fight in Winners Summits, but this time, I mean, it's going to be on completely different map modes.
Yeah, I mean, we're switching things up. Every set is going to have a bit of difference, and yeah, we're going to the weird picks that these two teams have gotten. We'll start with Museum Rainmaker, a map that, I mean, the checkpoint is so fast. Is there a checkpoint on this map, Inquiry?
A very long checkpoint, a very long road to go. I mean, checkpoint can be earned pretty quickly, but once you've passed the checkpoint,
yeah,
it's tough to go far. But at the same time, if you don't get enough picks, you're not going through that checkpoint because there's a long jump to do.
We'll see how these two teams are able to get the picks on here, starting, on Museum Rainmaker. There's, I mean, all of these maps feel weird to me. This is a unique map list, but hey, teams can't complain. The maps and modes were chosen by the players.
Yeah, definitely. So it's definitely the fault. That's why.
They're to blame.
But yeah, I mean, starting with, I mean, it's not such a strange map. I mean, I've personally seen Rainmaker Museum countless times on the French scene. I know it's not that much on the European/international one, but I mean, it's still a solid map. There's no surprise in there. So yeah, let's see how it goes. Frutella versus Tamaris, it's a match we know, and we know it's going to be a hell of a fight.
Yeah, and of course, we're bringing back about the same weapons, the same composition from both of these teams. Not much of a surprise. There's going to be very much Tamaris trying to hold everybody at bay thanks to Bake's huge range with that Eliter. It looks like the first pick is going to be in favor of Tamaris as Frutella is forced back onto their own platform.
Yep, first pick for Tamaris, and first shot at the push for Tamaris. They missed that jump. Oh, but that's a huge -3. Kraken is there to save the day, though. But yeah, can they hold that ground for long enough? I mean, they're already back, and they have already a crab ready to defend that platform.
Yeah, perfect Kraken to absolutely deny the checkpoint, but not denying it long enough. Tamaris able to go through it, and as you said, after that checkpoint, a lot of points can be scored very fast. Here comes the point, 43 points left for Tamaris, as the Bake is going to be sent back to spawn, but not everybody is yet. That bucket is still around here, maintaining presence for Tamaris.
Maintaining presence and offering jump points to their teammates, with in addition to the beacons offered by Bake. So very strong position for Tamaris. They can just come back into mid as quickly as possible, and so they're not losing any time trying to go back into the fight.
Yeah, we see both teams going back in there, and Tamaris are not letting on the pressure. There's more and more pushing, and with the big bubbler, they're going to extend the lead just a tiny bit. Very nice defense by Frutella. Frutella still in this game, but not able to get Bake out. Yeah, Bake activating the Kraken to simply maintain more presence.
But at the same time, look at Frutella pushing on that left side, while nobody is here to defend. Bucket is ready to come back from mid, but it's going to be checkpoint, and not much of a threat for the moment. I mean, Frutella are just cruising now.
They're going in, they're taking the lead at 25 points left. That's a very, very nice lead for this map. Now we're halfway through the game with both teams. But both teams have gotten a great, great lead for a great push for this map. But now, oh, wait. The Rainmaker's still there. And there's a lot of
Rainmaker's
players
still
down.
there. Wow!
Oh!
And nice push, 14 points left, that's huge. And look at Frutella, they still have a presence. They still have an opportunity to go forward and to push the Rainmaker further and further because Tamaris can't get out of that spot. They're
Yeah.
going to do it from the right side with an early drop, but look, they are already ready.
And now that Rainmaker is caught in such an awkward spot, it's going to be rough to get it out. 2 players down onto Tamaris. Tamaris opened so strong and were in control for most of that game, but now they're very much struggling to get out, to get some momentum going.
Yep, very, very strong momentum. Tamaris definitely need to come back. They don't have a lot of time. Only a minute and 20 seconds left. And they're
Ooh.
struggling to even get the picks to pave the way for the push. Roller is ready though, and they have some special. They have some strike. They have the Kraken. They have the big Bubbler. They have a Shark going on. Ooh.
And I mean, Tamaris are coming in strong. That big bubbler is going to allow them to get a bit further, but I mean, 1 minute left. The Rainmaker is there, back activating that Kraken, running in. That's not enough. Yet everybody from Frutella is there to defend and clean up. That Zap is the last squid standing for Tamaris, and they are forced away.
Forced away, and with 30 seconds left, I mean, this is just going to be a question of can we hold for Frutella? That's
Yeah.
the only question, and that's the only thing they care about for the moment. 20 seconds, the Rainmaker had the time to do it, and on the side of Tamaris, they will have to go forward.
Ooh.
They're taking the pick on the Rainmaker. That's a -2,
Oh.
-3, I think. Late -3. They have a lot of work to do still for Tamaris.
I mean, that's a push for Tamaris. They have a Rainmaker. The overtime has started. Now can they get in? They just used 2 specials just to get out of that weird spot. And now they're losing a lot of time in Curry. But they are here. They're in position. All of Frutella is waiting for them. And it's Frutella's turn to have a Kraken now. But Kraken is chasing. Oh, very nice moves to dodge it. Now can Tamaris move in? They don't have much time left.
Don't have much time left, and they have a big work to do. The bucket is ready. No, bucket is getting killed. But
Crab.
Crab is ready to hold them off. And that's going to be game 1.
Yeah, game 1 going for Frutella. And I mean, it was very close. Both of these teams had a huge push in, were able to get in such a threatening and strong position. But Frutella's push was just next level. They were able to really establish themselves next to that final checkpoint, very much threatening to get the KO and forcing all of Tamaris to defend, to wait, to run away with that Rainmaker.
Yeah, definitely need to run away. And I mean, that moment was so strong from Frutella. Just able to maintain that position, maintain the plat, maintain the pressure. And I mean, Tamaris were stuck on their spawn for legit like half a minute.
Yeah, I mean,
Top
it's always so awkward to get out of here when you're pushed back on your own platform. You know you're going to have to fight just to take back control of your own side of the map, all the while you want the Rainmaker away for it. So you're diverting a lot of resources. And Frutella created that. Frutella took that control. Now in Curry, we're going on to tower control on Sturgeon Shipyard. I'm getting that name back.
Yep, Sturgeon Shipyard, tower control. Very, very interesting map. Definitely one we don't see a lot. But it's an I mean, I love the layout of Sturgeon Shipyard personally. I don't really enjoy playing on it, but it's definitely a very interesting one. And
Yeah.
I love the layout as a commentator because
Mm.
you have so much stuff happening at the same
Yeah.
time.
It's a beautiful map with lots of nooks and crannies, things to do, and the fact that there's so many different walls and hills and elevation means the Dynamo roller is going to come back from Andy.
Yep, and oh, that's an interesting choice for the start for Frutella because they are going full right side, and I mean
Yep.
opening with -2 apiece. That's going to be a 2v2 for both teams.
Yep.
Frutella already jumping back to
Ooh.
mid, and it's a strong opening. Oh wow!
What control by Frutella and Aaron, able to simply get in, maintain more aggro. Aaron saves the strikes by jumping away. It looks like that first checkpoint is going to be taken.
First checkpoint is going to be taken, and it's. I mean, there's only 2 checkpoints on that
Yeah.
map. It's good.
Yes.
It's a
It's-
tower control map that goes so fast.
It is so fast. Everybody's fighting. They know that checkpoint could decide the game, but it's 2 down. On to Frutella. Make that 3. Oh, yeah. No, they saw you jump in. They saw you jump in. Get out of here.
Yeah, that's going to be a hard start for Tamaris. They have, I mean, they lost the first checkpoint, and I mean, Frutella almost started the second one, and that's going to be again a retake. No
a
chance
delayed
to
wipe.
push whatsoever.
And look where the splash still is. They did not chase that splash away. And now that splash is still in their spawn. It's -2 on Tamaris. Frutella holding strong and getting a huge push going.
Push is still going for Frutella. They are still holding this position. I mean, the splash just outputted the crab and took a strong position, took some strong kills. That's a strong opening. Wow, -3. That's a delayed wipeout for Frutella. They are looking so strong at the moment.
Yep.
Nothing can stop them. I mean, the blaster is ready. Blaster is under the plat.
And all specials are thrown by both teams. Frutella not slowing down, but they lose 3 players. The S-Blast, the last squid for Frutella. And that's... Oh! They get the splat! I mean, they're gonna get the jumps. It's not over, Incree.
It's definitely not over, and that's an opportunity for Frutella to continue the push. Tamaris are holding the plat, but I mean, if you can just hold your plat, that's not going to be enough. Frutella are in full control of the mid and of whatever's happening in here.
Yeah, I mean, Frutella are still doing their game, their way of playing. That is so rough to play against because it's so unique. And right now, Tamaris are struggling simply to get out of their side of the map, to get back to the middle. And Frutella are getting back on the attack, getting back on that tower to push again and again.
Yeah, push again and again, and I mean, Tamaris really need to find a way to get out, but I mean, Frutella are just playing with the layout so well, playing with the spinner, playing with the tops, playing with a bit of flanks, just moving everywhere and making making them feel like they're everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, these 2 teams are still fighting, though. Tamaris has not given up yet. They are pushing in. There's everybody from Frutella on that single spot of the map, and it's working for them. How is it working? How?
I don't even know how it's working, but it is.
It's incredible. They're still attacking. They've been attacking non-stop for 4 minutes now in Korea. And now in that last minute, Tamaris are still fighting, hanging on to that checkpoint, but they need to push in.
They need to push in, but they can't. I mean, the Dynamo, look at the Dynamo. Okay, that's a nice kill. That's a very important kill by the Bakassi because Dynamo is so strong at keeping a position. But I mean, it was under cooler. The Dynamo was under cooler. Oh, that's a -3.
That is rough. that Crab's alone. That Splash-O-Matic is alone right there, forced to move back. That's still going to be no push. Nobody can stay mid from Tamaris, and with 10 seconds left, Tamaris needs to run to that tower just to get over time.
Yeah, they need to
And-
get overtime, but they won't. Look at the Dynamo flanking. Like,
Yeah.
it's going to be a strong win for Frutella. Already in position to go into grand final.
Yeah, I mean, great game by Frutella. I mean, game number one, we saw both teams being able to get the push, but Frutella being a bit stronger, a bit deeper. This one, we only saw one team on the map, Inkry.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Tamaris was just held onto their spawn, and the rare time they came back to mid, I mean, Frutella was completely in control and was completely around them. So, yep, very strong display. It was sure. I mean, I don't know. Was it the map it was the map picked by Frutella. So now we're going to a Tamaris pick, but we're going to an even stranger map, and to me, even more strange, because we're going to Brightwater Springs on Clam Blitz, and to me, like, it's Moray Towers 2, because the objective is so close to mid.
Yeah. I mean, it's very much if you win a fight, you get in there, you get control, and there isn't much space for either team to really get in. That also means the clams are so close to each other because the map is so small. You can get in there very, very fast with a lot of clams.
Yeah, I mean, definitely you can make big pushes, like very, very strong ones, but at the same time, when you're pushing, you can get flanked pretty easily, because it's still Brightwater Springs. You can drop early on this one, and you can drop to mid right as you jump out of your teapot. So, I mean, is it a teapot? No, it's I don't know.
Coffee machine.
Yeah, coffee machine. Yeah.
You learn soon enough when you grow up. You'll get to an office and you'll see that.
But yeah, going into game 3, that's going to be a very important one. Frutella are changing comp, because we're seeing an S-Blast.
Yep.
And I don't think we've seen it from Demon Time. That's going to be a very important weapon for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Air Blaster is such a strong weapon now. Can it work? I mean, looks like Tamaris is opening way stronger than they did the previous games, and now with lots of clams, all they need is a super clam, and they open that basket.
Yep, first opening by Tamaris, but they lost so many plays. Yep, that is almost a delayed wipeout. Yep, the bucket is jumping off. So that's one little power clam coming in, and look at Frutella already in position to go forward with the crab, with 2 power clams, and with even more kills.
And that's what you call an answer, a fast one as well. Andy making a super clam right under the basket. Only 4 clams is what Frutella needs, but they're still picking up more. They have these 4 clams. How are they so fast?
I've barely seen the game. What a strong display by Frutella. That's a quick 3-0.
Yeah. And it's the team that put them in lower bracket, but Frutella just won. Frutella just got better and better and came back stronger, faster, leaving no quarters for Tamaris.
Yeah, definitely. Not even a chance. They got 1 push, and I think they got 1 push from the whole set even. No, game 1 there was some pushes, but definitely game 2 wasn't theirs, and yeah, game 3 there was just a steamroll by Frutella.
Yeah.
Such a display of coordination, and maintaining a position, like as
Yeah.
a team.
I mean, game 1 looked close, game 2 looked dominated, and game 3 barely happened. It was just so fast. I mean, that's the power of Frutella, who are now going to go on to grand finals against Berlinois. That's going to be our final sets. I mean, maybe our final sets of the tournament. So we'll take a short break and we will be right back. And welcome back to Jorian's birthday. We are celebrating with an extra paddling pool. That's going to be paddling pool 316, and the grand finals will be between Berlinois and Frutela. Inquiry. We've seen incredible teams play incredible games. Are you ready for our grand finals?
I'm definitely ready. That's going to be an amazing one because we've seen Frutella come back from losers with some amazing sets.
Yeah.
And Berlin were completely, with an amazing run on winner's side. I mean, they've had some amazing sets. Beating Devin 5-8, 3-2, beating LeBron and the Lakers in winner quarters. So that's like one of the most impressive runs I've seen. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah. We are waiting for the games now. Jorian, can you mute yourself, please? Okay. Well, never mind. So these two teams are going to bring us these 5 maps that you can see right now. We're starting with Rainmaker on Scourge Gorge, very much a classic one. So we'll see how these two teams are able to do on here. Let's get right in the game.
Let's get right into it. Game number 1, as you said, Rainmaker Scourge Gorge. That's the grand final. I hope you are all hyped up. And we have some pretty interesting comps.
Yep.
Comps we know about. Oh, disconnection. Okay, never mind. False start.
That's a disconnect. That's going to be a very fast reset between these two teams. I mean, we had the time to glance at them. That's pretty much it. I didn't even have the time to take note of their comps, Inquiry.
I mean, yeah, I think on one side it was Pencil Zap 52 Splash. No, Pencil Zap. Pencil Bucket Splash 52. And on the other one, it was pretty much the same thing, but swapped the pencil for a Headit.
Yeah. Okay. So that's pretty much what we could expect from these two teams. I see the player is already back into the lobby. So we'll... everybody is going to press A, and we're going to be right back into that game just in a second, I guess.
Yeah, that's just a smaller incident. We're going to jump right back into it. Almost every players are ready. We're just waiting for KitKat at the moment, but it shouldn't take long. So yeah, interesting map mode. I mean, we see the comeback of Tower Control, Sturgeon Shipyard. We've seen Frutella just completely dominate on that map. We're going to see Clamblitz, Inkblot, we've seen it, and also Zone, the Zone map.
I mean, if you look at this map list and you're used to watching Paddling Pool, you know which maps were chosen by Frutella. Sturgeon and Flounder are maps here, but you don't see that often, unless Frutella is there, because they're gonna pick them. They're gonna go there because that's what they like to play. Now, let's get in the game. I see 4 players on one side and 4 players on the other. Let us go.
Let's go. That's going to be game 1. Oh, never mind. So it was a 96 on the side of Berlinois. Yep. But yeah, my comps were pretty much right. So yeah, starting really strong for Berlinois, taking the pop, but fleeing the scene of the mid right to charge some specials. But the crab is already out for both teams, trying to flank on that right side. There's a super jump here. Just neutral game. Yeah,
and by the way, it's Frutella that's in purple and pushing with that Rainmaker right now. Andy dodging the pencil shots, able to move forward, but not able to move forward enough. The Rainmaker is going to be splatted. Now, can Frutella keep themselves here? It's a 2 versus 2. This is not over. Oh, this is over.
This is over. The defense by Berlinois was strong. Only 9 points conceded. And it's their time to push, and they're shooting the left side with that crab to create a diversion. Right side is completely free of players here. Oh! Was that a crab?
Yeah, that was the heavy edit, I think, and that heavy edit is finding so much right there. Very nice shots by Andy, able to push Berlinois away. Berlinois will have to regroup. They don't get the checkpoint yet.
Don't get the checkpoints yet, but I mean that's still a lead. That's still an impressive lead. So let's see how it goes. They do have the checkpoint for the moment. Defense is there by Fruitera, but for the moment it's not enough. Trailcan is going to be a bit wasted here. Same for the strikes. Crab is going to create an opening to enter the other Crab, but it's getting punished. And that's already a strong comeback by Berlinois. Back into mid, back into position to hold their ground. And yeah, play with the momentum.
Ooh. And that's a checkpoint on the other side by Andy. We're now tied, but there's going to be a repop right there. Fruitera is taking the lead. And they're keeping their presence right there. Thanks to that slusher. The strikes are going to deny the pop. Wait, they're going in. They're going for the pop. They're going for the Rainmaker.
Yep, going for the ball, going for the Rainmaker, as you said, and that's a 2 versus 2, but it's going to be as you said, the lead for Fruitera. 57 points left. It's not a huge lead compared to 68, but that's still a lead you want to hold off to, and they are still in position to contest the Rainmaker and, I mean, continue the offensive.
I mean, with 2 minutes left in the game, Berlinois right now fighting to get out of their spawn. Thanks to that whale, they're able to do so. 3 down onto Fruitera, and Berlinois will have their shots forward now. They get a push, and they have the numbers right there. They could get the lead right here, right now.
Could get the lead. That's going to be a strong offensive, but I mean, Fruitera is there to defend. Look at that heading in a strong position. 96 is there, but the lead is going to be taken. That's a -3. -3, but the lead, I mean, that's a strong lead. We're on Scorchworld. It's hard to push much further than this.
Yep. Yeah, very much. Rough right there. Now these two teams, like, they know to extend the lead, to get the lead back. They need to get to the ramp. They need to get deep inside enemy territory. And with 2 versus 2 right now, it's going to be rough. Looks like Fruitera is going to get the repop. Now, can they mount a push?
That's going to be the big if. If they mount that push, I mean, it's going to be the game for them, because they won't have there won't be a lot of time to come back from, but that's already a -2. Acer doing an amazing job here, countering everything. The Crab is down, the Bucket is down too. There's not any opportunity for Fruitera to push. Berlinois so solid.
Yeah, I mean, great defense right there by Acer. He's holding that Crab now to throw it at the opponent, and is stopping everybody from Fruitera from coming to help of the Rainmaker. That's 2 down on to Fruitera. Make that 3. Berlinois, with less than 30 seconds left, are holding a strong lead now.
Holding a very strong lead, as you said. 15 seconds left, that's not a lot, and I mean, Berlinois, they have every player ready, and they have a flank!
That's a splat on the Rainmaker. The strikes need to get the pop. Fruitera needs to grab. They grab it just in time, but they're completely surrounded. They need to get out. They're able to get... No, pencil.
No way for them to come back, and that's going to be game 1 for Berlinois. And I mean, that's very interesting, because previous set, we've seen Fruitera completely dominating the other team. But right now, Berlinois are looking to be like able to hold that fire and contain it.
Yeah. I mean, that was a very strong game by Berlinois, who really took control of the map, as you said. But now, Inquiry, we're going to Sturgeon Shipyard. And you know what that means. You've seen Fruitera play on here. It was incredible. They really took control of this map. Can a pickup like Berlinois really answer the call and deny that control that Fruitera is able to create for itself on a map like Sturgeon?
Yeah, that's going to be again a big if, but I mean we know Berlinois are able to contain them in the first place.
Mhm.
So let's see how it goes. I mean, Sturgeon is such an interesting map, and we know Berlinois can themselves play very aggressively.
Mhm.
So
I mean, it's given the way the map is shaped, it's very much about how you can take control, how you can create momentum for yourself. Once a team has momentum, once a team is able to push forward, get past that first checkpoint, things can go fast, things can go strong for one team, but it's really about getting that momentum, getting forward. Once the team is in, that team can stay there and can maintain the damage. Now, that demands a lot of coordination because there's a lot of things that obscure your view, which make it harder to coordinate as a team.
yeah, I mean we've seen how fast a push can go.
Mhm.
The map is surprisingly small.
Yeah.
So the path of the tower is really straightforward. You go right, you go forward, you go a bit left, and then full forward.
Mhm.
That's pretty much the path of the tower, and it can be very easy to defend.
And it looks like Berlinois are doubling down onto the backline strategy. They're bringing an Elite. Meanwhile, Frutella are bringing back the Dynamo, which is kind of their backline right here.
Yep, Dynamo is definitely a backline, but it can be played very aggressively. I know that for a fact. It can be.
Oh yeah.
It can be threatening to see a Dynamo rushing, and that's exactly what's happening there. Look at how the Dynamo is going into their spawn, just dancing around. I mean, not taking any kill, but definitely threatening the defense of Berlinois and enabling Frutella
Right.
to go completely forward.
I mean, the rest of Frutella was able to push thanks to Andy's moves right there. Now Andy is on that tower, holding it and getting past the first checkpoint. Berlinois needs to defend, and they're struggling just to get back control of their side of the map right now.
Yeah, that's going to be a hard time because Frutella, look at how fast they are going. Oh, the Zuka shot. No, never mind with the... Yeah, that's no Zuka with the bucket. But yeah, the bucket. Bucket
Yeah, that's
coming
the
from
delayed
behind.
That's a delayed wipe and checkpoint number 2 for Frutella. No more checkpoint. Berlinois needs to make it work. They need to deny the tower because this is so close to KO right there. Oh no! And that's a disconnect. You can't disconnect that late into the game. That is so rough for Berlinois.
Still running for Berlinois, but Frutella is going to go straight ahead, going for that final checkpoint, and that's going to be game 2. That's a sad disconnect, but did it?
Yeah.
I mean, did it really make a difference?
Berlinois still were in position to defend, I feel like, and they still had a shot. But the second that disconnect happens, they don't have a defense anymore. They don't have anything, and like that's just how the game works. You need to stay in the room if you want to play the game. And right now, Frutella ties up the score. But it's important to note that Frutella was winning and was winning pretty strongly that game.
Yeah, they were very strong on that one. And I mean, we're going to a map that's been picked by Berlinois, so it's going to be, I think, a very back and forth set. That's what counter picks are made. I mean, it's not counter pick, but I remember the name of the format. But I mean, you have one team picking the other one, then the other one, then the other one, regardless of who wins. So of course, it's going to be very back and forth. And one thing that is very important is winning on an opponent's team. That's going to be, I mean, that can be a big hit.
Yeah. I mean, Berlinois, they showed on Scored Gorge that, we'll be right back.
We'll be right back. Small disconnection by Berlinois. But I mean, it's lobby disconnection, so no harm.
No harm, no foul. We'll be right back. That is rough for Berlinois, but I'm sure someone needs to restart their router, I guess.
Yeah, maybe small disconnection issue. I don't know if it is it the same person?
I think it's consistently someone on Berlinois' side. I'm not sure who exactly, but yeah, I mean that's how it goes sometimes. They're already back in the room, and teams are pressing A, so we're going to have a game now, and hopefully it lasts the whole time.
Hopefully it does. Let's see how it goes. It won't be long until the players are getting ready for game number 3. So again, Clan Blitz, Inkblot Art Academy. We know that map. That's for sure. We've seen it countless times, and every team knows it. So there won't be any surprise, I think. And it's just a battle of who. I mean, I've said it before, but it's who can adapt and who can adapt the best against the other team. It's not a question about knowledge on this one.
I mean, Frutella is a team that is unique to play against, and it's really on Berlinois to learn very fast how to counter a top-level Dynamo. Now Berlinois still are 1-1 as long as they stay in the lobby and they win on their picks. They are making good points, especially since they are on winner's side. They only need to win one set, and right now Frutella just lost 3 players. Berlinois with the wipeout opening, following up with the basket, and now it's about the points.
Berlinois are angry. They just lost a game they didn't want to lose, and they're answering with a strong push. I mean, not that strong though. It's just like two little clamps, but it's still an opening, and it's still a huge statement with an early wipeout like this one. Oh, but look at Frutella already in position to come back.
Yeah, I mean, Frutella, they take the risk. Sometimes it doesn't pay off. Sometimes they have control over mid and are looking their way in, but they took so many risks again. It's a wipeout, this time with Tactical, so Frutella will be back on time to defend. But Berlinois has taken control over the middle of the map. Oh, they won't be changing that control into points, though. Frutella coming back so fast.
Coming back so fast, the Dynamo is there on that left side, menacing Berlinois and paving the way. The strikes are in. The crab is in. Can the Slosher sneak? Ooh. Yep, that's one power climb, but they need some little ones now, and they don't have any shot at going forward.
The other clans carrier not really able to get to the basket. They'll be forced back. We're pretty tied between these two teams, but now Berlinois has the numbers advantage. Have the clans, it's only the Dynamo to defend. And I mean, Berlinois is reopening that basket, Inquiry.
Yeah, reopening that basket and maintaining pressure for the moment. I mean, Frutella are still in position to come back. That's no important -2. -3, the crab is there to just ride with that defense. I mean, it's back and forth. Like, one team is pushing, the other one is trying to push. Defense, offense, defense, offense.
I mean, these teams like to fight, and they're constantly in a fight, which means it's rough to keep the clans going right there. Very nice jump out by that player from Frutella right there, as Frutella is back on the attack, and with 2 down, they're going to reopen that basket.
Reopen the basket, and that's going to be the lead. That's a huge lead by Frutella. That's very important. 2 minutes left. I mean, 3 players down. Oh, the 52 guy is still making work here. I mean,
that Gal doesn't have clan
at this point.
Yeah, that Gal doesn't have clan.
Lose so much time.
Yeah. Oh, that's 3 down. That was the time. That was gain by that 52 Gal behind, and that's the basket reopened by Frutella, who now extend their lead.
Extending the lead and coming back. 52 points left, and it's still going. The Power Clam, that's 29 points left. That's a huge push by Frutella.
Yep.
They're making a statement now.
Yeah. I mean, Berlinois opened so strong, really surprised Frutella. Now Frutella is winning the fight, is taking the control, and is not letting Berlinois get away with anything. That's another splat on the Super Clan. Berlinois is forced to simply gather most of the troops into their own platform.
Completely locked onto that platform. The bucket is they have another push. Like, you look at the dynamo. Yeah, no, that was not for the moment. Crab
Yeah.
Tank saves the day. 50 seconds left. Oh, the 52 again.
It's non-stop action, and with 2 down onto Frutella, Berlinois might get a push in this last minute, Inquiry.
Yeah, push in the last minute. Let's see how it goes. They have 2 power clams that 3 power clam that can
Yep.
be a huge push. But look at Frutella's defense already there. The Dynamo making some huge drop down.
I mean, 3 power clams is like your opponent has point sensor for free on everybody on the team. It is so rough right now. Berlinois still trying to push in, trying to create the opportunity they need to get there. Oh, they splat the Dynamo, and now can they push in? Ooh!
Can they push it? That's going to be the big question. No, they can't. That's overtime. They still have power
Oh!
clams. Yeah, wipeout. That's going to be game number 2 for Frutella. They are still pushing.
Yeah,
They just
I mean,
want to play.
it's just a victory lap at this point. But yeah, that is Frutella getting their second point on the board. This time it was on their opponent's pick. Berlinois now needed to beat Frutella on their favorite map, Flounder Heights.
That's going to be very hard. I mean, I'm looking at Berlinois' comp. Of course, it can work well on Flounder Heights, but at the same time, like, look at Frutella. They have a Dynamo.
Yeah.
They have just so much mobility in general. They can move a lot everywhere they want. There's no problem for that. The slowest weapon is the Dynamo, and it's still faster and with more mobility than a pencil.
Yeah, though, do not disregard KitKat's skill. KitKat has built up that experience here in Double Productions tournament, and pay attention. If the player is good enough, any weapon can work on Flounder Heights.
Yeah, definitely. Any weapon can work, but I mean, Frutella had the advantage of knowing the map and having that at their own peak and their favorite map. I've seen Flounder Heights getting played less and less over the times. Like, I feel like a few months ago it was played at every tournament.
I feel like a lot of players don't want to play there because it is a very risky map. You know, if you're pushed out, it's hard to go in. And there was a point like 6 months ago when teams really realized how to push on here. And we got very, very interesting and fast-paced game thanks to teams learning really how to get back onto the top mid of this map. And Frutella forced other teams to learn that. Frutella is the team that was on the forefront, forcing other teams to play this map. Now that teams have learned that, a lot of teams are like back to, okay, we've learned how to play on here, we don't want to go back here, but Frutella still wants to go back here to fight with the Dynamo, I expect. Yep.
Dynamo, and they're going for a double bucket class comp with the Machine Zuka, Machine Neo. That's an interesting one. Double bucket is unusual, but we know it can work, especially on that one. The cooler is already... how is Dynamo cooking a cooler so fast?
It's skill, I guess. Lots of skill, and right there, both teams are trying to take control. It looks like Berlinois are going to just get a few points of the zone, but not much yet. It's really going to be decided by whichever team is able to keep take full control of top mid right there. And it looks like Frutella has taken 2 players out of here.
Yeah, 2 players out of here, that's going to be the lead, but I mean, at this point, you don't really care about lead. But they are still in control, and look at how
Yeah.
they're pushing Berlinois back. They
Yeah.
are in their spawn, and I mean, that's the important point of that map.
Yeah.
The spawn is below the mid.
Yeah.
So it's very
It is.
difficult to access it.
Literally an uphill battle. And right now, it looks like Berlinois are getting onto that hill, are getting up there. They took 1 zone, but it's double zone. You need to get 2 zones in order to apply penalty right now. Both teams are fighting, but with 2 players down, Frutella are forced away from their zone. Penalty is applied, and it's Berlinois' turn to score points in Korea.
Yeah, Berlin Western, and they are doing exactly what they need to do. The 52 is there on that right side, taking control of what's happening. Dynamo is rushing in. Grab is out, but for the moment, there's really not a way for Frutella to go in. The lead is going to be taken, but they don't have a clear pass through.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Frutella fighting just to get up to that zone. All of Berlinois fighting for it. 2 down onto Frutella. Berlinois holding strong, doing the work, keeping their zone and threatening the other. They get it back and they score more points.
Definitely scoring more points, getting that zone. Oh, that's a huge -3. Yep, the last player standing was KitKat, and that's going to be a huge opportunity for Frutella because it's the first. I mean, it's not a clear wipeout, but it feels like one, and it's the first one since the beginning of the game.
Yeah, they have control over the zones. They have control over top mid. Now they have no penalty left. Can Berlinois answer? I see a crab tank and lots of players going towards that zone. Berlinois wants to contest, but it looks like Frutella is holding pretty strong and forcing Berlinois away from the zones.
Yep, really forcing them away, taking control of it, and just keeping control of everything. No one can go up. There is always somebody to catch you if you're going forward. That's a jump. Oh, the jump wasn't got. That
They
can be a
did get the
thing.
jump, but 5 few ticks are left.
Oh,
Berlinois
it's
able
23.
to get in, and that's a delayed wipe. Berlinois alive. Berlinois getting the zone back. Now it's their turn to hold.
They time to hold. I wasn't expecting that much of a back and forth map on back and forth game on this map on Flounder Heights, but we have a very interesting match. That's for
Yeah.
sure. The crab is out to try and create a path, create a way in. But Berlinois just turfing over it.
Yeah. I mean, Berlinois holding their zone, no penalty left on them, and Frutella is still fighting, trying to get onto that zone. Now, can they get in? Andy with that Dynamo is forced out as the crab tank is deployed. That's the strongest position you can have for a crab right there, and there's 2 down on to Berlinois. Frutella still holding that zone neutral. They need to go cap the other, but KitKat is the last squid standing for Berlinois. And Frutella are getting back control, holding their lead in Korea.
Holding the lead, but I mean, Berlinois are still in position. Oh, that's an impressive Zuka shot, taking the kill, and that's such an important kill because it was offering a pivot point for Berlinois to have a 1 squid standing, able to hold the ground. With 10 seconds left and complete lead, complete control by Frutella, I doubt Berlinois is going to do it.
Yeah. That's going to be game and set and bracket reset by Frutella right there. Which means we are back to 0-0 and entering the final best of 5 of this tournament.
We have set, and that's going to be that's an impressive set by Frutella. They lost only the first game and then completely came back and won on maps they weren't supposed to win because like Clamblitz Inkblot within Berlin was so strong, and then Frutella was just Well, no, that's our set.
I mean, Frutella coming back so strong. When Frutella managed to win on their opponent pick, you knew it was going to be so rough for Berlinois on Flounder. Flounder is such the Frutella map. But I mean, Berlinois got to learn a little bit what Frutella is doing. We've seen them beat Frutella already in a game. We know they can do it. The whole question is, can they do it again? Can they do it faster? Can they do it better? And this time, can they do it on Macomart on Clamblitz?
Macomart Clamblitz back to like one of the most classic map modes of Splatoon 3. It's very, I mean, not especially Clamblitz, but I mean, Macomart is solid on pretty much every mode.
Yeah, it's the classic map for sure. Not so classic as a mode. As a Clamblitz, it is so unique. It's kind of like what we saw on Brine Water Springs. You know, the baskets are so close to each other. You can get a push and you can get a counter push incredibly fast.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. It's a map where you have a lot of back and forth action. So when you're pushing, pay attention to not have do not overextend, and always keep like 1 or 2 players alive and safe as a pivot to counter possible counter push.
Yeah, and here comes the opening. Both teams trading a player, but it's going to be Frutella taking a bit more control, pushing forward. Aaron getting punished, but Andy flanking with the Dynamo, getting behind everybody and getting an extra trade for good manners. Frutella getting good control now. I mean, they have lots of position, and with an extra clam, they'll make a super clam and open the basket.
Opening the basket and already making a pretty nice push. Can they have some small? Yep, they can have some small clams. 65 points left, and I mean, still counting. They still have never mind. Wipeout, and that's going to be an opportunity for Berlinois to push back. But they need to wait for the power for the PD clam to be there.
I mean, they're already next to that basket because that map is so small. Their turn, they activate the tactical can. They push their way in. Now is the whole question with the killer whale. They'll have a good idea where people are, and they will open the basket.
Opening the basket, can they take the lead? Yep, they do, and they are, I mean, almost more in control than Frutella was.
I mean, Frutella got wiped just to get a few points onto the basket. Berlinois were pushed away from basket, which means they're now still fighting for mid. Look at KitKat right here, getting the snipes with that pencil and carrying the super clam. That's going to be another push for... Okay, we're fighting left and right for the control of mid, I guess.
Yeah, definitely fighting left and right. It's such a strong... I mean, it's a map you can't avoid fights.
Yeah.
Because they will be all around you. What a crab by Frutella. I believe it was Punch's crab.
Yeah.
Taking a huge pick and paving the way for another push by Frutella. They have everything they need. The wall is there, but now they need some kills. If they don't get some kills, they will get killed themselves. Andy making a quick wall. That's a -3. And it's only one quit standing, being KitKat. That's going to be a huge hit. And still in control for Frutella.
Yeah, and right now we have 15 points left for Frutella, but it's only their 52 down to the side. Make that a wipeout for Berlinois, who are going to push right away. They're already in position to attack, but all of Frutella respawned and are ready to defend in these last 2 minutes of the game.
Ready to fight back. They need to take some picks if they want to get the clear pass to the backend. Oh, that's a -3. That's going to be huge. KitKat choosing to go on the left side, opening the basket, and instantly falling back in a safe position. Oh, but never mind, getting picked by the crab.
Yeah, I mean, here comes the answer, the counter push. And it looks like Frutella is back on the attack, back right next to that basket again, as Berlinois struggling to get out of their spawn.
Yep, out of their spawn. Oh, again Andy on that left side, being such an aggressive player.
Yeah,
Wow.
and Andy
8%.
was punished, but that was such a panic on the side of Berlinois, and that's a 1-0 for Frutella.
1-0 for Frutella. Andy is just making such surprise picks. Like, I mean, the viewers, I don't think they will know about this player, but I'm definitely thinking about Sprados on the French scene, which is playing a very, very aggressive Dynamo. Almost too much aggressiveness, but this time Andy is making this work.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's how the best Dynamo players make it work, by constantly surprising their opponent, going to the side and using the map to the best of their abilities. This is why Macro March is so beloved, in my opinion, because you're constantly able to make these plays. You constantly can go to the side, create the surprise, force the other team to look at you, and allow the rest of your team to get under the basket, put the clams in. Which means that's 1 point for Frutella. But Berlinois, they were fighting, they were answering this push, they were not going as far in, but now they're going on to their map pick, which is going to be Mahi Mahi Resort for Splat Zones.
Probably, it's definitely in my top 3 favorite map modes of the whole game. Mahi Zone
Sure.
is such a classic, and it's so interesting with the map changing mid game. You have a lot of ways to play. It's so unique, but it works so well.
There's a lot to do for everybody, and the flat ground in the middle really tests a team's ability to fight together, because you have to take the fight together. There is no separation on the map. Everybody is in that mid as a team. Now let's see how these teams are doing. Not much surprise in terms of compositions. Let's see how these players do.
Let's see how it goes. First control by Frutella, instantly losing it, but they are going full aggressiveness. Oh, Demon Time getting punished on that left side. The Crab is already there, making some big plays, taking two splats, and that's going to be a strong opening by Berlinois.
Yeah, Berlinois taking control and trying to push in. The answer by Frutella is coming, though, with a splat on the pencil. Frutella might get a bit of momentum going as the water is about to fall down. Woo!
No,
And that-
water, water dropped, but not by much. It was very close, and Frutella had the opportunity to come back. What a position by Andy, taking the splat on the Crab and not surviving though, getting punished right after it. But Frutella are in such a strong position right now. Berlinois can't get out of that flat. Never mind, 52 is making a huge work here on that right side with the killaways, with some kills, with a lot of movement also.
Yeah, everybody moving around. Frutella keeping control. Oh, never mind. No longer keeping control over the zone, but with 2 players down, Berlinois are forced out. They applied penalty, but they lost every resource that they had to do so. Now Frutella is back in control, and it's just a matter of getting rid of these points.
Yet getting rid of these points of penalty. The Crab is alone, getting punished. You don't want to get stuck here. And that's a -3. And yeah, look at Frutella just breathing through and going forward inside that plate.
And right now, Frutella no longer have a penalty. The strikes are coming in, but they're not able to cap the zone. Frutella maintaining so much pressure. Berlinois needs to rush forward. The Crab Tank is activated and able to punish the Sludge. This is their opportunity, but they need to paint right here, right now.
Right here, right now, that's a -3. That's the opportunity they needed, and that's a delayed wipeout. A much needed one by Berlinois. I mean, they have they definitely have a hill to climb. So that's going to be an intense battle for the lead. They're going to have 50 points to come back from. Not easy.
Yep, not easy indeed. The strikes are coming from Frutella, but here comes the counter strikes to simply paint over. Frutella still trying to get in. Both teams are waiting a little bit, but oh, instant cap of the zone. What did they do for that? How?
That's the big question, but yep, don't turn around as a crab. Don't expose your weakness to the world. That's going to be a punish. That's a wipeout, and that's going to be an opportunity for Frutella to come back with one squid standing, but everyone jumping right after.
Yeah, that's Frutella back in control. Berlinois was so close to holding the control there, but not able to. Now here comes a lot of special. Berlinois want to get back onto the zone, and they're doing what they need to do with a minute and a half left in the game. Slord is moving around with a 52 Gao, and right now Berlinois are getting a wipeout of their own. Look at the penalty, there isn't much left. Berlinois are in a very nice spot.
Very, very nice spot. The penalty is now out, and they have only 25 points to come back from. Frutella need to charge up the special. The strikes are going. The crab is ready. But they are losing one player and another one. The crab isn't making much work right now. Berlinois are able to tough out those strikes, but they are losing some players, and that's another opportunity.
They got the lead. They got the
lead.
But they didn't get the KO, and now it's Frutella back in control with 40 seconds in the game. Frutella will have the time to get a comeback as long as they hold that zone. Berlinois trying to push in, dodging a few bombs. They're close to that crab tank, and you know how powerful that crab tank by Acer is.
Yeah, crab tank already -2. That's the opportunity they were looking for. That's going to be an instant retake of the zone. And that's going to be hard because Frutella lost one player, two players, the other one jumped off. And 5 seconds left. The heading there, but yeah, that's going to be game number 2 for Berlinois, evening the score out.
Yep, we are now 1-1 between these two teams. And now the next maps modes have been chosen by both teams, so they can't complain. It's going to be even, and we will go next onto tower control on Hagglefish Market.
I'd say this is the tower control map. I see every time tower control Hagglefish Market. Like every time.
It's a classic for sure. It is a classic for sure.
Such open map. There's not a lot of ways to go around the objective. You just go forward, you take control of mid, you take control of where the objective is, and as long as you keep control and do not fail, there's not much that can threaten you.
Yep, as you said, tower control is very much a game of momentum. If you are in control, don't fail, simply stay on the map and you'll keep getting more points, you'll keep getting more momentum. Now, of course, these two teams, like, they're going the distance right now. They've played so many games tonight, and they keep playing. It's also a game of mental state at this point, really. You know, you're getting tired. It's about not making a mistake, you know?
Yeah, definitely not making a mistake. I mean, we've seen how expensive mistakes can be. Like, if you do one mistake, you pay it. You pay the price of it.
Yeah.
Like Frutella made a few mistakes on that that zone game, and Berlinois took advantage of it with no problem. Let's see how it goes. As you said, tower control Hagglefish Market. It's 1-1 in grand final bracket reset.
And Slord is bringing back the 96 Gal Deco for this Kraken. Meanwhile, on the side of Frutella, still no Dynamo, and he's sticking to that heavy edit for fast tacticalers and a lot of control on a flat map.
Yep, a lot of control. You need that control, but already first picks by Berlinois with that crab. But the 96 is getting punished. Demon Time with the 52 taking 1 kill.
Ooh.
And that's such a strong opening by both teams. I mean, neutral position, but kills are flying.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams are really trying to get in, trying to get forward, using any small advantage that they get. Slord pushing with that Kraken, forcing everybody in a corner. You don't want to be in a corner when you're facing a Kraken, and Berlinois are going to take the tower, and this time Brutella needs to defend, but I think there's someone behind the tower. Yep.
Yep, someone behind the
Ooh.
tower, but it's not a big deal for the moment. Berlinois are still in control. They have the mid. They lost the push, but they are still in control of mid. Players are coming back nice and easy, but the crab is out by Punchy. Can it get the work down?
It's super even into mid right now. KitKat is kind of alone on that tower and jumps away thanks to the tactical buff. That's going to be Frutella's turn to push now with Berlinois already in position to defend. But the strikes coming in are going to give the lead to Frutella. But doesn't look like it's going to give them the checkpoint yet.
Yep, no, the lead is there, but there's not much more for the moment. Berlinois' defense has been really, really strong. I mean, KitKat as a Charger player is really, really strong.
Yeah, an incredible player. I mean, we're in grand finals of Paddling Pool. All of these players are very, very good and fun to watch. Right now, Berlinois are hanging on to that tower, trying to build momentum, as Frutella is kind of stuck to the side. Their last 2 players in there. Their 52 gal is still able to defend the tower and push everybody away. What an answer by Frutella!
Frutella answering with all their might. Slowed with the 96, forced to jump out, and Frutella still have the lead. They still have everything they need, but the 96 is going to output that Kraken to make people jump off the tower.
We had to wait halfway through the game for the team to touch the checkpoint, but now Frutella is right there, not able to go through though. Berlinois still defending incredibly strong. This is one of these games where neither team is really able to build that momentum. Both teams are so strong, still able to deny any push, but getting past that checkpoint is going to maybe decide the game.
That's maybe the case. Oh, that's a huge -3.
Yeah.
That's a huge play. The checkpoint is going to be taken with ease by Berlinois. And now they can just breathe through. I mean, the second checkpoint isn't far away. But it's still such a strong achievement on that specific game. And they're still holding the push. I mean, it's still going.
Down there.
Second checkpoint is going down.
And they're not stopping. They're still in there fighting. Acer cleaning up the tower. That's game. I mean, how do you come back from that? There's no comeback from that. Berlinois is now up 2 games.
That's an impressive, very impressive push by Berlinois. They need one opening, one clear cut into the defense, and everyone just breathe through it and took the win. That's going to be 2-1 for Berlinois.
Yes.
Offering themselves a chance at the final win.
Yes, it's match point. It's tournament point for Berlinois, who, I mean, they managed to create that one attack, to build that one momentum. That's what you want to do in tower control. And even faster than that, that's what you want to do in Rainmaker.
Yeah, definitely. That's what you want to do, and you want to go as fast as possible. And Underdog Freeway is the perfect map to go as fast as possible, because you can't resist the defense. So just try to sneak in. Just try to go faster than the defense.
Yeah, going fast on here is the key. Is what decides so many games. Now 2-1 for Berlinois, who are able to show Frutella that, hey, there's a reason they were in grands from winner's side. They are very, very strong team, and now Frutella are back to the wall, are facing elimination again, and yeah, it's might be the last game, so pay attention to this Rainmaker.
Yeah, pay attention to what happens. I'm eager to see what comp Frutella is going to bring. Will Dylan bring the Dynamo back? Will they stay on Headed?
I feel like we're about to know. I mean, Andy has a range, but yeah, I mean, Dynamo is coming back. That's the comfort pick as well. You know, we're that far into the tournament, you want to go with your favorite weapon.
Definitely. If your back is against the wall, just pick your best choice, pick what you're comfortable with. And that's going to be the pop for Frutella, but the crab is already out for Berlin. I mean, Berlin since the beginning of the tournament has been opening with a crab every game.
Yeah. I mean, they want that strong opening, and they get a lot of players down. Andy, left to defend, is going to be splatted, and that's a strong first push for Berlinois, who are already running to that checkpoint.
Running to the checkpoint, swimming to the checkpoint, getting the first, getting it. 60 points left, that's still a huge push, and they haven't lost a single player in the process.
Yeah. I mean, they're coming in so strong, they're gonna re-grab that Rainmaker. The Crab Tank is deployed, but it's not finding KitKat. Dodging everywhere and getting to 15. Andy respawning in the nick of time to stop that Rainmaker and provide a wipeout. But, I mean, in 1 minute, Berlinois paid their way to victory right there. Frutella needs a huge push.
They need a very, very strong one, and even if they get it, they would need to hold it for the whole game. I mean, Berlinois are in a very good position for the moment. Oh, that's a -3, but on both sides, Acer with a clean crab to survive.
Yep.
Take one pick, take another one. Yep, helped by Slord.
Yeah, very nice respawn by Berlinois, who are getting back control of their side of the map, and the pencil can shoot across that mid, which is huge for Berlinois right now. Frutella needs to wait for a better opportunity to get in. Here comes the strikes, but Berlinois, they really want to keep the push going.
Yeah, they can't lose the pressure. I mean, that's a strong
Yep.
opening. No! The Rainmaker died!
The Rainmaker got splatted, and it looks like Frutella are in position to grab it. They go to that left side, and this time it's their turn to have a safe path. Oh, well, never mind. No longer a safe path towards the checkpoint.
Yeah, definitely not safe. Everyone from Berlinois is back to defend from that. Strong defense, and I mean, only 28 points by Frutella. That's not much, especially when your opponent has done 85.
Yeah. I mean, it's... Oh, KitKat almost getting the tap shots to survive. But the Rainmaker is re-grabbed by Frutella. They keep the Rainmaker here. They're not able to keep their players here, though. Berlinois still defending incredibly strong. I mean, the Rainmaker stays on the side of the map Frutella wants, but a lot of time has been spent not getting the checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, we're more than halfway through the game, like 1 minute and 40 seconds left. That's not much time for Frutella. They've lost a lot on the timer, and they still have such a huge work to do, such a huge mountain to climb. What a pick on the crab! I mean, Berlinois looking so strong. They're stopping everything that comes at them.
Yeah, it is non-stop control, and it's 2 players there. Make that 3 on Frutella. Frutella getting delayed, a wipe by Berlinois in the last minute of this game. Berlinois are getting more and more control over this map. They know all they need to do right now is paint everything orange, and the game is theirs.
The game can be theirs. They are losing some players. The Dynamo picked the Rainmaker, but Oh, it's managing to stay alive.
Yeah.
No, never mind. Cast a curse.
Yeah.
And wow, Berlin just are stopping everything
Yeah.
that Futila are trying to do. Everything.
Everything is being shut down right there, especially with that huge. I mean, that crab tank is so strong right there by Acer. And that's a Rainmaker reset. 20 seconds left. 20 seconds for Berlinois to win this whole tournament. And they are holding very strong. Frutella preparing their final push, using their final strikes to get forward.
Yep, and Frutilla are indeed getting
Oh.
to meet, getting some picks. That may be it, but Acer
Acer?
is already there.
Oh.
Acer getting punished. That's overtime. They have to get at least to the first
Yep.
checkpoint. They need to
Oh,
get it.
Slord is behind. Slord is behind them, and Slord is going to seal the deal. Berlinois is going to be your paddling pool's winners.
Paddock pool winners, we saw it coming with how how the last two games went, but that's still a strong, very strong win. I mean, winning the tournament as seed 6
Yeah.
is not usual, especially against the first seed.
I feel like these players are starting to getting used to making the surprise, and I think very soon we'll see these players get seeded higher because they've been getting results, and I mean, pay attention to these names because they are very strong player that you need to watch out for.
Yeah, the new I don't think if we can call it the new generation because they are up and coming for a few months now, but they are definitely making huge waves on the scene, and they it's no longer threatening the former top teams. It's taking wins out of them.
Yeah, for sure. There's new kids on the block. They are very strong, and they are Berlinois, apparently. 3-1. Congratulations to them for winning this paddling pool. And Inquiry, it's time for us to say goodbye. But before we do, did you know it was Joryan's birthday today?
I knew it was Joryan's birthday, so yeah, say happy birthday to our boy Joryan on the chat. It's our beloved streamer who is there for like a long time and making pretty much every paddling pool stream.
Oh yeah, I mean, that production is running because Jorian is here. We'd still have the tournament, we wouldn't have the streams if not for Jorian. So thank you so much, buddy. We love you so much, and we're so glad to have you. We're so lucky to have you, honestly, and yeah, we do. But not now. Right now, we're just going to raid, say goodbye. Thank you all, and we'll see you in the next tournament. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.